Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, October the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Just sorry, guys, I'm just watching the SPY here. Just a couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Helps. Thank you, guys. Thank you, William. And maybe somebody on YouTube can do the same. Well, the SPY numbers came out, guys, or the job numbers came out at 5:30 or 8:30 Eastern time, and you can just see the market reaction is catastrophic right here. So again, if you're wondering, okay, so they came in at a very low estimate, obviously 165, they got 330. So the whole theory is, of course, the economy is still heating up, inflation is going up. So how do you counter that? Increase interest rates again. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but that's the theory. And of course, the market does not want to see interest rates go up again. So that is sort of a synopsis of why this is down, why the SPY is down. There's really no point in my talking about every single stock that looks like this. Okay, so what I will do, I think we have maybe an earnings play to follow all day long, like kind of like the Riven. Riven, by the way, is still extremely weak, but this is AEHR, big gap down on earnings. AEHR, big gap down on earnings. And when I look left on the weekly chart, the next low is 32.37. So lots and lots of room, over $5 to that low. Again, not saying it's going to get there, but and I'm sorry, I'm a little bit wrong. 36.18. 36.18 is the next low looking left. Yeah, 36.18 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart for AEHR. Not very many earnings plays that I found. I know Levi is another one. But nothing is showing up really. If I scroll down to my earnings day column, the only one showing up is this minus 0.25, which is for AEHR, which meant they released earnings after hours. You can see the big gap down after hours. Fro, after yesterday, this is really, really starting to give it up. Yeah, Fro, after yesterday's huge move up, is basically giving it all up again. JP Morgan cuts their price target to 18.20. Well, that's below that. Remember, there was this theoretical buyout of Fro's position in that other shipper at 18, I think it was 1834 or 37, something like that. But this is giving it all up and more. Parizo, PRZO, also probably under $1 again. Oh, I'm wrong. Okay, so PRZO, Para Zero Technology says that the Australian regulator approves the first commercial drone flights in populated areas. That'll be in Australia, obviously. So that is PRZO. I have, for some reason, I've got I'm sure this is on the way down, ONON. I don't know, alert set for that one, but that was from a few days ago. And the aforementioned Riven, RIVN continues to move down, way down, well, no, I'm sorry, that's the VWAP is 1780, 1824. So it gave up it sat right on it. Actually, look at this. So yesterday it closed right on the 200-day moving average, that blue line that you see on my daily chart, closed right on it. And now it has taken that out, and look underneath, there's still room for this to fall. This was basically a free fall yesterday, and there's still room. If you look at the weekly chart, the next low down here is over $4 away. And again, there's no point in my going over all of these, but Carvana, it's a followed stock, obviously, but it's going to look a lot like the SPY, big down, or big 15-minute red candle, followed by another one, little green candle even here. Okay, so that's Carvana. Look, guys, this is it. This is the entire list of stocks that meet my filter requirements for the gap ups. This is it. I mean, normally I have to keep like this. Normally I'd be scrolling down, on my gap ups to see what the entire list looks like. This is it. And we're here all the gap down. So we're in for a really rocky open, obviously. Now, who knows? Maybe it'll turn into my favorite day, a big gap down, and maybe a recovery. I think isn't PXD a buyout? Isn't Exxon buying them? Yeah, okay. So nearing a $60 billion deal to buy the company, and that is PXD. Okay, again, keep an eye on the AEHR. Too bad. I thought it was at this low. I thought it had broken that low already, but it hadn't. So 36.71 is the next low. Still about $1.50 away, $1.60 away or so from that next low on the weekly chart. I didn't see that there. I was looking way down here. Thought maybe 32.16 is the next low on the weekly chart. Okay, let's take a look at what the analysts are talking about today in terms of upgrades and downgrades. It's funny, not too many downgrades and more upgrades. Way more upgrades. Okay. This one now in a different market, this might have a big charge in it. In a different market, JP Morgan has upgraded them. They had a previous target of 60 and now they're upgrading it to $81, but in a different market. I wouldn't be looking at this today, but maybe going forward, and that is APLS. You guys, I'm just going through this list again. Actually, it's a pretty big list of upgrades. I'm not putting them all in. Some of these are foreign stocks, but pretty big list of upgrades compared to the downgrade list. Of course, that may change on Monday. So let's take a look at XEL again, guys. Well, here we go. Here we get a little green bar here. So, but anyway, let's take a look at XEL as an example. See what the price is right now. Yeah, so here's an upgrade from Bank of America. The original price target of 58, now a new one of 66, and that is for XEL. Okay, guys, thank you, guys. Pepe and Pioneer and Philippe in our YouTube room. Thanks for chiming in. You can hear me and see my screen. Now downgrades. Again, not many on the downgrade list. Downgrade from 22 to 13, so it's already there. Which what I'm looking for is some downgrade and with a price target, and it's still way above that price target. So that's all I'm looking for right now. And that's it. That is the upgrade, and that is the downgrade list. Took a look at LCII. LCII, again, I'm just wanting to see if it's already at their target. No room to run down. No. I'm sorry, it is not. So LCII has been downgraded by Davidson from 113 down to 91. Excuse me, no volume yet. The PTCT, let's take a look at PTCT. PTCT has been downgraded from 45 to 25. Where is it right now? Yeah, it's underneath, so it doesn't matter. All right, guys, that is about it. Upgrades and downgrades. Just give me one moment, guys. Okay, guys. Well, let's take a look at this at the sectors. I'm sure it's going to look awesome. We had a muted day yesterday. We basically have we had a non-day yesterday. I mean, the Dow was down a little, the Nas was down a little, the SPY was down a little. So we really had a non-day in terms of action on the majors. But let's take a look at the sectors now. So from our toolbar, I'm clicking on New and then channel docked channel bar, sector status, and everything's going to be red. Except for energy. I was wondering if energy would be a holdout. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, the major, this is XLE, the major ETF for energy. So when you say 68% in green, that means 68% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. You can see PXD right at the top here. That's on that potential buyout by Exxon or X, symbols XOM, Exxon. Okay, that's why PXD is up 10%. But not every, but 68% of the stocks are above Friday's close in this energy sector. Everything else, of course, is way below 50% in terms of relation to yesterday's close. Now, Let's take a look at XLE. Okay, so again, flirting with that 200-day moving average, guys. There are only three. Well, this would be one of them. I'm not going to go over all the other sectors. I will take a look at communications and tech because they're getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. But you can see that XLE, that blue line, is the 200-day moving average, and close above it. It's sort of sitting right on it now. But let's take a look at tech. Is that one when if that breaks down through that 200-day moving average, then you can see there's that rising 200-day moving average catching up to the price, catching up, still above it. And then there's communications, XLC. It'll look very much the same. XLC looks a little bit better. It's a rising, well, it's about the same, isn't it? So there's that rising 200-day moving average trying to catch up to the current price. So, and I guess if we look at semis, SMH, that'll be looking the same. Yeah, looking the same. So we have tech and communications and, energies, which is sitting right on the 200-day moving average. Those are the only sectors, major sectors that are above the 200-day. Everything else is below. Take a look at financials just for fun to see how far away it is. Yeah, you see how it broke down through it September 21st, and it's been falling ever since. Yeah, the PRZO, I mean, look, I was searching for something to talk about, really, the PRZO, okay, had some news, Australia, drones, etc. But really, the news is a spy right now. Now, will it recover somewhat? Give me one moment, guys. I've just got to talking with some of the traders, trade ideas. Just give me one moment. All right. So again, well, the AEHR has actually had a bit of a bounce. AEHR has had a bit of a bounce. It's kind of I suppose I'll call it my number one focus as an earnings play. There are very few earnings plays. I'll look at Levi. Levi did have earnings, but I don't expect too much. Yeah, I mean, down 2%, not much volume. I don't think there's going to be too much action out of Levi, but AEHR has that look. I wish it hadn't bounced at all. I wish it would keep going down a little bit or stay in the area. And then when the market opens, just start to really move down. 36.39 is the next low looking left. 36.54, sorry. So that's $2 away right now. Yeah, man. Well, this AUVIP, obviously this is forget it. Okay. Yeah, this AUVI, it's of course it's associated with this AUVI, which is wow. I remember when this one was way over a dollar. Look at it now, 39 cents. Look at this list, guys. Look at this list of the pre-market actives up. Haven't seen this in a long, long time in terms of the number of stocks that are meeting my filter requirements that are up. I don't have my filter requirements are not that tough in this pre-market actives up scan. Just has to be 3%, up 3% at least. And I think only 10,000 shares traded. And this is, this is just the reverse. It has to be down at least 3% and 10,000 shares traded. Look at this list of stocks. So with that, well, in the list of stocks down, yeah, there are a lot. But I'm more focused on the ones that are the fact that we hardly have any that are meeting my filter requirements, which is at least 3% up. So you can have I can give you these two. Okay, David, just have to go to my homepage, okay? It's easier for me to do it that way, and I'll show you how, as opposed to all day long handing out the link. So if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, I just put it in, and scroll down a little bit until you see the scan section, the middle section. Click here, and this is what I'm using, the pre-market actives up and down. So you can load that, okay? As I say, hardly anything really, just up 3% or down 3%, and I think a minimum of 10,000 shares. Ten thousand shares, yeah. I mean, and the price is at least a dollar. That's it. I mean, most of the time when we see these, it's way more than 10,000 shares. But I just put that as a minimum, just to see if anything, because some of these might be just getting started. But anyway, I mean, the list expanded a little bit here, but still. Remember, this is a top list, so it's going to be very dynamic. So what I'm saying is that as companies don't meet the filter requirements, they may be here now, but like INVZ, okay, it's right here now at 3.4%. But if it drops a bit underneath three, it'll disappear from the list. But yeah, look, the market is putting in a bit of a rally mode here, and that's why we're seeing the expanded list. So again, this APLS had a big upgrade put on it by, I believe it was JP Morgan. It was a big price target. I think it was in the 60s. I should have written it down. Give me a moment. 81. Wow, 81. So an $81 price target put on APLS by JP Morgan, okay? That is an aggressive price target, basically a double from the current price. So they've even got a higher price target. So JP Morgan's got a price target of 81 on APLS. And I don't know who, that's Raymond James. So Raymond James has even got a more aggressive price target of 92. So yeah, I mean, listen, I mean, if this market does something like this, as long as it doesn't keep moving down in a big way, you never know. We might see a nice move, and it's not going to get to 92 today or 81 today. It may never get there, but those are pretty eye-catching price targets put on by a couple of different analysts now for APLS. FRHC, okay, FRHC. Big bottoming tail there. Wow. And as Casa mentioned, this is one of those few stocks out of this is out of Kazakhstan. Yeah. I think this is the only one I've ever seen. Don't even know if there are shares available to short. No, I know. I know. Yeah, I know. I read that. So I don't know if there's any shares available at Interactive Brokers to short that one. Let me just see if I can load it again. Sometimes when I type the symbol in, it doesn't. Yeah, there are no. I don't think there are any shares available for me anyway. At Interactive Brokers for FRHC. PXD, not well. It's not an upgrade. It's just a potential buyout, right? PXD. So I don't think any analyst is going to upgrade it to anything. PXD is just a potential buyout by Exxon. Wow, less than a minute. Okay, guys. Yeah, less than a minute for this market to open today. What is it going to bring? So let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. I'm going to get rid of this. Explain what? Well, I mean, there are going to be people that are going to look at Riven or any other stock that's been beaten up as a potential bottom fishing play. So if you're looking for news, like why did Riven go from 1749 to 1777, you're not going to find any. It's just, there are people out there like us even, we're always looking for maybe some bottom fishing plays of a stock that's beaten up intraday, and maybe you get a bit of a bounce on it before it proceeds down again. Okay, we're now open for business, guys. As noted, look at this, nothing in the Momo. And usually we get something in the Momo right off the bat, momentum scan. These are the other stocks moving higher. Nothing yet. Normally we get something right at 9:30. So AEHR is making market lows. Briefly, look at that bottoming tail, and then it popped up about $1. So here's one, SBLK. SBLK just made the list. through the 200-day moving average, SBLK. So I don't know if this got anything to do with Frontline, FRO, and the other one, that EURN yesterday, but this is a nice gap up, guys, actually. I mean, on a different day, this might be really something to follow. The next high looking left for SBLK on the weekly chart is a little over 21. So there's about $1. Okay, so AEHR, so a couple of bottom topping tails. Buyers tried to take this up, and sellers have knocked it down a bit. Market is in recovery mode, 30 minutes plus 2 minutes. Okay, guys, there's the APLS on those two upgrades. And there could be other analysts too. There's the pre-market high is around $43. I'll stick an alert there, see if it takes it out. On the daily chart, then the next high looking left is it's got some room. Yeah, it's got some room. A couple of highs around $45, a little less than 45. So it does have some room. I mean, well, okay, 43.03 is actually the next high looking left on the daily chart, 43.03. To get to this morning. I got up to 42.88 this morning. So 43.03 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. If it can take that out, then the next high is 44.74. So that would be about $1.70. All right, AEHR. There you go. I mean, look at this APLS. So it's now at the pre-market high and moving above. Market's helping, probably helping a bit. Getting a lot of bounces here, guys. Riven, I'm even seeing Riven is bouncing, RIVN. SMR, wow. Look at SMR. Could be coming into a lot of resistance around 540 for SMR, looking at the daily chart. MDLZ, I'm hearing, guys. MDLZ is moving on the way down here. These are food. I thought this was a retailer, well, a clothing store, but I guess it is not. Snack food and beverage products. So MDLZ moving down. Not really that much action in the pre-market, but look at this. So this is running counter to the market. Market's in mini recovery mode. This is definitely running counter to the market. And we have a halt. FBYD is a halt. Okay, guys. So what's happening here? Must be a SPAC turned into FBYD. I don't know what the SPAC was before. Maybe Casados. And look at this. This is not an IP. Well, it's not a typical IPO. You can see it traded in the pre-market, so it's not like a typical IPO. But this is the first day it's trading as FBYD. I'm going to click on my news. All right, here we have a reversal play, TPIC, but let's take a look left. I just think it doesn't have enough room. TPIC, it's showing up on my daily reversal, but if I look left, I think there's too much resistance right around 260, which is not that far away. So I will take a pass on that one. Question in a YouTube room: when the AI gives out recommendations, does she take into account real-time market data? Some of them I know have some like a SPY filter or a Q or the Q's filter. I can't say which ones. I'd have to ask. I really don't know anymore what the filters are that are used. But remember, I mean, the AI could give an alert, and then in the next second, something happens to the market. Again, I mean, the way I look at it is I get an AI alert, click on it, see what's happening, see do I like it? Is it near a moving average? Is it near the VWAP? What's the market doing? Size that up pretty quickly. I would never just take the trade just because the AI gave us an alert. Yeah, Levi is lower. Again, it is an earnings play, Levi. Well, this might get a little more interesting because now I'm looking at the weekly chart and there doesn't appear to be too much support. So you can see right here, Levi is right there, 1260, suggestion to short. Here's AES. Let's take a look at AES. This is in my 10-day daily breakdown. Take a look at AES. Wow, AES. So I don't know where the next support area is. Let me bring up a monthly chart for AES. Looks like $11. This is back in May of 2020. So this is the only one showing up so far. Levi, the only one showing up on my abnormal option activity. So this is, you see something in brown, that is a suggestion, an idea to go short. And there was the original alert at 1251. And here it is again. So remember, guys, what I've been saying, you see the same symbol in a couple of my scans, different scans. It's a 10-day daily breakdown. And then this is the option scan. Really pay attention to it. And that is Levi today anyway. Wow. Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's your, so there's FBYD halted at 38.94. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This blue screen you see, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. There's goes Levi continues down, guys. And there's the potential open for this FBYD. You can see how fluctuates. Right now around 46, but I mean, this is not, again, written in stone, but it looks like it's certainly gonna be above the halt price when it does open. Man, ACIQ, this is another SPAC, was pretty active yesterday. Okay, guys, AEHR getting closer to that whole number of 37 again. It's been a little bit choppy in the early going, but AEHR, one of the few earnings plays, along with Levi, LEVI, of course, but now the 200-day moving average is 36.61, 36.61. That actually is not amazing, but I think that's the weekly low too. 36.54 is the next low on the weekly chart. That's almost at the 200-day moving average, 36.61, about the same. So, the question is, will that 200 moving average, 200-day moving average hold and prove to be some support for AEHR? Pretty wild action, yeah, for the PRZO, no question. It's halted now, and wow, projected open could be 146 for PRZO. Wow, look at Verizon, guys. VZ is almost an all-time low. It's in that, the lower within the range. If you had a daily chart, if you had a chart with the lifetime with the high and the low, it's right at the low of that range, 3.3% above. Okay, guys, AEHR underneath 37 now. Well, 36.96, 37.01, the bid ask. So it's sitting right at that 37 level. Again, that 36.61, I mean, that could hold it. It's not that far away. I mean, that could be support for it. Could be. But this is an earnings play, and obviously earnings reaction certainly not good. It's a very low float also. Okay, take that into account. 27 million in the float for a $36 stock. That is very, very low. So that could be very volatile still. And I see the AI actually has AEHR as a short. Well, guys, moment of truth, 36.61, 36.61, the moment of truth for AEHR. Will that 200-day moving average hold it? Not very much volume, guys. Look at this FVYD. I mean, 97,000 shares. I mean, to be up 37%, that is not a lot of volume. 100,000 now. It'll increase, of course, but yeah, and it's untradeable. I mean, look at the spread. 33, 30. Well, look at that, 33, 36. So it's really untradeable. You've got to be very, very lucky. For KKR's on the move, guys. KKR's on the move. The next high looking left is 61.89. So about $1 to the next high for KKR. So PRZO resumed. Well, now look, I mean, the next high looking left is around 2 for PRZO. 205. I think all this is that traders are desperate to find something, okay? Something to trade. Okay, guys, AEHR looks like it does want to take out that 200-day moving average area. 36.61. It's sitting, well, it's 36.71. It's just toying with us right now. Because if it can take that out, then the next low underneath is down here on the weekly chart around 32. So there would be $4. I'm really interested. I mean, it's really interested in this one. I want to see if it really takes out that 200-day moving average. Ah, that uptick rule got me. We'll see if it's a good thing. The uptick rule, this is down more than 10%. I had a bid in at, I think it was 36.43 or something. And it sat there actually for about 5 seconds. And I would not get a fill because of this uptick rule. Plenty of shorts available. That's not the issue. So again, if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, if a stock is down more than 10%, I'm just watching this, see if I can get a fill here. I mean, the spread isn't great, but so again, the uptick rule, if the stock is down more than 10%, normally if you want to short something, it's assuming your broker has shorts, you can just go in at the bid and get your shorts immediately. But if a stock is down more than 10%, there has to be some trading at the ask, and then goes back down to that bid. But and it might go back down to your uh, uh, give me a moment, guys. So there has to be some action at the ask and then goes back to the bid to where you want it. But you could be in a big queue of others wanting to do exactly the same thing. So it can get very frustrating trying to get a fill, even though your broker has a lot of shorts available, but that's not the issue. It is because so if the stock is down more than 10%, you can get it'd be frustrating to try to get a short where you want it. Yeah, the spreads is not great. 36, 19, 30. I mean, it's because of the float. There's only 27 million in the float. That is very low for that price of stock. I gotta fill. I gotta fill. No, let's see if this works. It's got to take out, for me, it's got to take out 36 in a big way. I did get a fill right around 3620 level for AEHR. I see some of you guys are playing it on a bounce, and that's fine. Yeah, it's spread though. Gotta be careful. Just waiting to see if it can take out 36. Gets even close to the that 200-day moving average, I'm out. Or you can see how wide a stop I have. So I have to pay attention to this, guys. I don't want it to, if it gets close to that 36.61, I'm out. Oh, I was just going to mention you guys, and I don't mean you, but look at this. You is an all-time low now. You is an all-time low. It showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. 1626 as a potential short. Well, I can't answer that question, Rajesh. I mean, I'm probably going to get knocked out of it. I want to just that spread is driving me crazy. I mean, the reason I took the trade is that it looked like it was going to break down through that 200-day moving average pretty good, but right now, it's getting back up to it. So I'll probably exit this for a loss. Okay, I'm out of it. I'll look at it again. 36. I had a little bit of profit in this, but I wanted a lot more. So we'll see. Wow, look at this. I mean, it's very, very spread. 27, not, well, the spread, 27 million in the float is causing the spread not to tighten up that much. Okay, I'm going to move on to something else. I'm just going to wait on another 36 break for AEHR, and I might take it there. But hey, listen, I'm not an investment advisor, as you know. I'm pointing out what I might do. Doesn't mean you have to do the same thing. Just talking in general. Here's another one, guys. Wolf speed, all-time low for wolf speed. WOLF, all-time low for wolf. WOLF. Well, Levi actually had a bounce. Did not continue down. It was pretty set. I was going to take that one, but it had a bounce. definitely interested in this Wolf. I mean, look at yeah, there are a lot of shares available, 880,000. The uptick rule will not get me. All-time low. All right, I'm going to put an alert down here around 31.86 for Wolf, so I see if it gets down there. I move on to something else. Yeah, Overstock. Somebody was talking about Overstock, Ori, OSTK. So it's like it's marching on the way up. Wow, look at Overstock. Ah, okay. Guys, okay, the AEHR. Really want this one again. I want to see how, if it really gives up 36. The spread has at least tightened up 35.86, 35.89. So it's definitely tightened up so far. I could widen in a second, but you guys, you on the way down. This is another all-time low. YOU is an all-time low. Getting close to that whole, well, right at that whole number of 16. So what's the deal with Overstock, OSTK? Okay, so a director. I guess this is all right. Well, he put some money into it, guys. Some director, or it could be a fund. I don't know. I can't quite tell by that name, but 31,000 shares at $15. That, that's putting some pretty serious money in. Okay. Okay, guys. Will AEHR work for me this time? I mean, it's working now, but I'm looking for a lot more. Goods. How the heck are you, my friend? Well, I'd rather be that. Okay, guys, you know what? That's it for me. And it's just too erratic. I made some, but basically I made back my loss on the first one. So I'm going to forget about AEHR. It's just a little too erratic for me. Move on. Yeah, I saw that, Ori or Mr. Two. Yeah, a insider buy or overstock, OSTK. A moment, please. All right, so this guy put in about $500,000. The director. Again, when I say that, it could be a fund. I don't know if the guy's name is Lamonis Marcus or that's a fund. I really don't know. Yeah, I feel like I'm a little bit late on the U guys. Unfortunately, they had the alert at 16:26, though I probably would have waited anyway for a 16 break. And that is YOU is all-time low now. Oh, I don't know him from Shark Tank. Okay, well, maybe that's it. Maybe it's not a fund. Couldn't quite tell. Okay, so he's the CEO of, so he must know what he's doing, right? All right, guys, look at CWEN trying to bounce a little bit here. So the next high looking left is 1961. And if it can get through that, which it almost did, 2116, 2116. So this CWEN definitely has some room. Market taking a bit of a downturn again, though, kind of wiping out all that good work it did. So somebody asked me for my daily reversals that do not repeat. Are you in the room? Are you in the room? Yeah, I guess it is, Grumpy. Yeah, that's somebody was saying in our YouTube room from Shark Tank, Mark Lemonis. So I don't know if the person who asked me for my daily reversals don't repeat version of it. If you're in the room, you just please ask me in the room. It's way easier for me to give you it rather than trying to answer an email. So I don't know if you're in the room. Oh, okay. So it wasn't Shark Tank. Okay. So he's never been a guest on Shark Tank, one of the Shark Tankers. Okay. Well, guys, you on the way down, and I know it's way below the channel, right, reel, but boy, this is an all-time low. PJ, welcome back. I don't know. I just sent you a little private message there, PJ. Okay, guys, you on the way down. You on the way down. YOU on the way down here, guys. All-time low. Show it up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Wait for a 16 break. I don't know how much further it's going to go down. I know it's way below a channel reel, right? YOU. Give me a moment, guys. I'm having problems with this room here, with the display that I have for the room. Come on. Okay. Okay. I just have to type in a test here, guys. I'm having problems with the formatting of the room for me. Meanwhile, I've sort of blown my U short. I'm trying to figure out what's going on in this room. Shoot, it popped up on me. Not blowing it, but hey, give me a moment, guys. I'm just going to put myself on mute for a second. I got to figure out what's wrong with my formatting on my end in this room. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I had to leave and come back, and so that's why you had the screen disappear for a second, but I am now back with the proper formatting. Okay, meanwhile, the U moved back down for me, so let's see. I'm on this short at 85, 1585. Okay, so I want to see if it can have a little bit bigger of a collapse. It did get down to, I should have taken some out here at 1560, but let's see. Okay, guys, now CMBM, this was beaten up yesterday. Is that right? CMBM? Oh, no, it's also from my, okay, guys, so this is on the reversal. This is a reversal, CMBM, a reversal day. Okay, big down day yesterday, trying to reverse today, CMBM. I can't remember what the news was on this was yet on yesterday, but so this has just stopped. This is just actually stopped. Okay, CMBM, this is really interesting to me. Can't remember what the news was about CMBM yesterday that caused a huge drop. Cambium Networks. Yeah, what was the news? So JPM, okay, so JPM, JMP, sorry, and Oppenheimer downgraded them, but there must have been some reason. Well, anyway, this is a bit of a reversal play. I mean, obviously, it's got a ton of room, guys. $8 is the next high looking left. My problem sometimes with this, though, is that for all the reasons it was knocked down yesterday, they're still in effect. So yes, this is a reversal play, but have to be aware of that. And yes. Well, I'm glad I was distracted. Otherwise, I probably would have got out of that one. So you now is working extremely well for me now. YOU, right from the 10-day daily breakdown. I did not take it at 1626. I waited for that 16 break in at 1585. Guys, I've covered some just around that 1550 level. Okay, I've covered some of the U at right around that 1550 level. So right now the market is just kind of doing nothing. I mean, okay, topping tails, bottoming tails, so chopping around definitely, but kind of staying in this little range here. It flirted with that 200-day moving average for the SPY for 1966 that got down to. And the 200-day moving average is for 1955. So it was right sitting on top of it. Okay, guys, I took some of this CMBM, a pretty tight stop on it. Okay, I took some of the CMBM. We had the alert the first time at 5:35. I got in at just over 44 or 40, 42, I think it was 5:42. If it gets back down to 5:35, I'm out. That's the high of yesterday, I believe. It's the only way it triggered. Yeah, 5:34. So see what happens now for CMBM. See if this has a bit of a run in it. And again, you have access to all of these scans. Okay, you don't have to wait for me if it meets your trading style. You don't have to wait for me to tell you to do anything. You have access to all my scans, which I'm going to go over. If you want my scans, you can have them. OIU continues down, guys. So I did take some off in the 1550 level or area. U just continues down here. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Well, this bud's not for you guys. BUD continues down here, guys. BUD. Now here's another one on a reversal. BNOX, BNOX. Now this is a crazy one. Can be crazy anyway. A couple of days ago, a few days ago, it got up to 640 or so. So the next high looking left for BNOX is 454, or sorry, 445. Well, if you read the news about Walmart yesterday, they were complaining. Walmart was complaining that with people piling into these diet drugs, I guess they're not buying as much food. And maybe so that was I thought that was sort of amusing, but that's what they were kind of saying. I mean, there may be other news specific to Walmart today, but that's what I read. Yeah, but that is a big drop. You're right for 1.43 billion in the float, a $7 drop. That is a big drop. All right, CMBM giving us a little bit of so my stop. So I'm right at a 1 for 2, guys. I'm right at a 1 for 2, basically. Risk reward, risking 7 cents at 14 cents. Well, it's not that they're not buying food, but I guess with maybe they're not buying as much garbage, and I think the garbage is what they make most retailers make the most on. I don't know that for sure. When I say garbage, all the junk food that's out there. Okay, guys, so I'm peeling off some of the CMBM right around this level. This is a 1 for 2 for me right now. Risk reward. Remember risking 7 cents, and I'm up 14 on the trade. So still have some of the U left. The YOU still have some of the U left. So I'm in two trades at the same time, which is sort of my maximum. Okay, I don't like to be in more than two trades at the same time because I like to be really hands-on in my trading in terms of following the chart. Well, obviously, what you can't see is I have them thumbnailed. Yeah, a little disappointed in the Levi. I was really wanting to short that around that 50 cent level. Okay, guys, this is what I'm talking about. So I have some thumbnail charts. These are the trade ideas charts. I have some thumbnail charts. And so you can see the U and the CMB. These are the two I'm in. So I just follow this. And I really don't want to be in another one. I don't like to be in more than two at a time. Exactly. That's what I was saying, Harry. That's the headline I. So they're blaming the diet drugs, the diet injections, the diet pills, whatever. Wow, look at the market here, guys. So that's why I'm going to have to keep an eye on the YOU to see if it has a market bounce at all. So far, no. So far, no. But you know what, guys? CNBM, love it. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is a great percentage move. Even if you didn't take it at 535, which I didn't. And the BNOX, let's take a look at the BNOX. 396, was it 408? I mean, this has the chance. I mean, looking left, 445. It's a very low float. We have no float information on it. Okay, guys, I've exited everything of my U now. Okay, done. Monster is not so much a monster today. Look at Monster Beverage, guys. MNST. Next low looking left is, I think it's right there. Next low looking left on the weekly chart is a 48.63, so it's right there. Okay, guys, I'm all out of my CMBM. All out of the CMBM now also, okay? I don't have the, I mean, it may just keep ripping, but the reason, for all the reasons it was down yesterday, they're still in effect. Aye, aye, Captain. AY. Let's see, look left, and the next high is 1768. So it's got a little bit of room, actually. A couple of daily highs right in that area. Call it 1770. So it does have some room, probably bouncing with the market. So you take some of these stocks, if you take them, you have to be really following what the SPY is doing or whatever your favorite indicator for the market is, because some of these are going to be moving with the market. So the minute, imagine we get a big red bar or something. So Leanne, you broke my cardinal rule about not shorting or not taking a stock ahead of earnings. I'm glad it worked out for you. Wow, you continue down. Well, I didn't take this one, guys. AY, but it's moving not bad, not bad. Again, it has room to 1770. Moving with the market, though. Probably moving exactly with the market. It might be a nice long now, guys. I mean, this frustrated me. I basically broke even on it, shorted it twice, lost once, made it back. But maybe this is going to turn into more of a bounce now if the market continues to do this. AEHR. So such. I'm not. You know what? I'm just going to forget about it. I'm going to delete it from my thumbnail charts. It's just too jumpy for me, too volatile for me. 27 million in that float. Now, SNDX. This is now taking out, it's had a very choppy couple of days. 2 days ago, down, yesterday up, now down. It's right at the low of yesterday. That's why it's showing up on my daily reversal. Yes, Steve. Okay, let me. Wow, look at. I mean, look at CMBM now, guys. I made him out of it, but you know what? This is. It surprised me. I thought maybe the yesterday's devastation would not cause it to move so much, but boy, oh boy. Okay, so Steve, if you bear with me for about 5 minutes, I just want to go through my homepage. So Steve, I just put the link in. Now, if you want, you can go right away to the scan section. But wow, look at CMBM. Man, I wish I'd kept some of this, even some. Anyway, um, click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So right at the top. So Steve, if you want my scans right away, I'll go right here. Middle section. Here are the scans. Here's that daily reversal. Okay, but here are the other scans. Some that you see, the abnormal option activity, the momentum scanner, the breakdowns, which you don't see, are here, and this is the reversal. Okay, breakdowns and breakups. I'll get into that a little more detail. But to start off with, if you do want to take out a subscription right now, you can use this promo code Barry15 for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of trade. I'm sorry. If you want an annual subscription, just let me know. Put something in the in YouTube or the main room, and say, hey, I wouldn't mind an annual subscription because I can get you 25% off. Okay. Okay. As always, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the download. You must do the getting started. It starts you off with your download and install, your first startup and login, running down to an introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. You have to take some time to learn a little bit about the program. Take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. If you are new to trading, we have a series of videos that might help you. Trading 101. Okay, you can take a look at that. Stock of the day video that I do, you can take a look at that. This is mainly for marketing, guys. If you're in the room right now, probably you don't have to take a look at it because I'm just going to cover a stock that I liked. So it's for marketing. Trade of the week, that is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and it's free, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder or your promotions folder if you have Gmail. The big education section is here. Here's our user guide. Lots of information in the user guide, of course. Here's that getting started again. If you want more detail, of course, about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, stock racing, and price alerts. Use price alerts. I use them all the time. I'll show you how. And again, like any other software program, we have a lot of stuff that you probably don't care about. But this is in the guide, so you don't have to learn everything that's in our guide. Getting started series again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today is Friday, so it should be Andy. Andy will take over for me at 12 o'clock. Before I take my break, I'll confirm that also. Before I take my break, though, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over there. Okay. Now, my scans. So if you clicked on my link and you're looking for my scans, here they are, the middle section, the scan section right here. So this is what I use in the pre-market. These are basically the gappers up and the gappers down in the pre-market. Okay. And halts resumes, you can see over here. There's my momentum scan right up here. Abnormal option activity is up here. And then on my other monitor, daily reversal right here. You can see there's where the CMBM came in. And the 10-day daily breakout and downs are right here. Now, you might say, well, wait a minute. Well, here I do have the don't repeat. Don't have the don't repeat version. In order to make it don't repeat, if you do want it, so it'll look like this, all you have to do is right click on the daily reversal, because this is the one that you're getting. And if you want the don't repeat beside it, then just right click, properties, don't repeat, and check that. And then you'll have some options here. I don't repeat for a day, and I'll explain why I do this. But these are your don't repeat options. So in other words, if you don't want to see the symbol over and over again every time this made a new high, so what I do here is I can go, then kind of go back in time and say, okay, we had an alert for CMBM at 10:12 Eastern. The price was 535. What has it done since then? Now, I don't have to look at this. Okay, I don't have to look at that. All I have to do is click on the alert. In a moment, I'll move these off. So all I have to do is click on the alert, and then I see the I can see that little blue that blue arrow. That just tells me on the 15-minute chart that's where the alert happened. Obviously, pretty sensational from there. If I had a 5-minute chart up, you'd see the arrow at the 5-minute candle that happened on. So why I like to do this is, okay, sometimes I might miss an alert, and I can say, okay, let's click on it. Has it moved much from the original alert price? And so maybe giving you an opportunity to get back in it or in it for the first time. So here are my scans, as I say. And now, all I ask, if you do want to take out a subscription today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, just use my promo code. Okay. This is a free room. We'd love to keep it that way. We use the room for marketing. And so the more people that take a subscription using my promo code, you can save my homepage link. Saving my homepage link, of course, allows you to take a look at my scans anytime. I do change them up from time to time and the big education section. And then, of course, you get into my homepage. Here's my code, and it'll help. It'll just help to keep the room free. Okay. Okay. Give me a moment. What do I think about LC double I? LC double I. I don't know. You're asking me what do I think about it? Doesn't seem to want to go lower. Well, it's sort of moving with the market, isn't it? See, look at the two green candles on the SPY, two green candles on LCII. So it's sort of it is sort of moving with the market. Just a minute, guys. I think I'm starting to lose my voice today. So I'm going to have to honey up the water I've got. So give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So, okay. So the CMBM did finally pull back a bit. So yeah, so Seraphin, I mean, it's moving with the market basically. LCII is moving with the market. I mean, Davidson put a yeah, that's the one that Davidson put a $91 share price target on it. I mean, that's right now. I remember seeing it in the upgrades and downgrades. Okay, guys, let's see. The market continues to move a little bit higher here. So that is now here's another one on a reversal. Let's take a look at this one. VLRS. VLRS. Let's see if this one. Yeah, so it's right at, and look at this. I mean, yesterday's high was 675, so it's a little bit above that. The day before that was 675. So two highs right there. So here's my problem, as always. 685 is the next high looking left. I would never take this trade right now. And even if it now, if it could get through 685, I have this fear of the whole number also. I mean, so there's a lot of resistance to me anyway at 732. So this is not as an attractive trade as say the CMBM was with all the room, even though it had the super negative news yesterday. So to me, it's just not as attractive. And that's why, as Harry says, the program is called Trade Ideas. These are ideas. It's up to you to click on them if you want the scan, click on them, and then, you have to figure out for yourself if it makes sense to take the trade. Now, what I see and what you see may be two different things, and that's fine. Okay, VCNX, I did see something in the pre-market on this one. Yeah, because it popped over, it got all the way up to $1.40, but $1.44. This is awful. I mean, $1.44 down to 85 cents. I mean, it's coming back now, but that's the VCNX. So let me talk a little bit about, what you can do with trade ideas. So if you load my Momo scan as for example, now you might look at this and go, well, what is it? What the heck is it looking for? So all you have to do with any of my scans or any other scans that any of the other traders share with you, or from our toolbar, if you click on new and then dock channel bar, there are a lot of these are all theme-based channels. A lot of scans are in there, but I'll just take a look at the momentum scan right here. If I right click, configure summary. So there are a lot of, oops, sorry. The AirPod fell out of my left ear. Okay. So there were a lot of screening application or programs out there. So, what we're really, really, really good at is real-time alerts. So this is the screening aspect. Of course, we have the screening aspect. That's typically what a top list is used for, but this is an alert window. Okay. So you basically you put in your filters that you want. So in this particular case, I want to see stocks between $1 and $100. Current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. That's why it's called momentum. Stocks where the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So if a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. So you can see right here, VCNX. The last alert in this one was 1046. It's what 1048 now, and the price was 103. That's a real time alert. Since then, there has not been a stock meeting all these requirements. Now, if you like this scan, great, but you can always adjust it if you want. You might want a different price range. Okay, so you just left click on that icon, and you can make a change. You see all the values will come up here. You might have to scroll down and see the other ones, but see all the filter values that I'm using are here. So if you want to make it between 10 and 100, go ahead. So the bottom line is you can take my scan as you want or as it is, or of course you can make adjustments to the filter values. As you get used to using trade ideas, you may even find a filter that you like to add or take one out that you don't think is necessary. Completely up to you. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. Well, instead of clicking on summary this time, I'm going to click on search. So I right clicked on the momentum window. I clicked on configure, and now I'm going to click on search. Here are all the real-time alerts that we have. New high right at the top, the new high of the day, new low of the day. And if I keep, we have a lot of real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, when it comes to these icons, these are our filter icons, okay? Now, don't get hung up on how many we have. And first of all, I should have should have welcomed anybody who's new to the room today. Welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. And again, don't be shy. Ask questions if you have them. Don't think that you are interrupting me. I mean, if I'm in a trade that requires my full concentration, I'll let you know. But typically, that's not the case. So again, don't get hung up on how many real-time alerts and all these filters that we have, okay? Yeah, don't have to learn them all. Obviously, we have to have a lot of them because, the company figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different alerts, real-time alerts, and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scan. Okay? Now, if you're interested, if you're getting a little bit interested in our program, we have a test drive coming up, what we call a test drive. I had that error. Let me just do one more thing. Test. Okay, so my links are showing up in YouTube. Okay, so I put the test drive link in. So what is the test drive all about? If you click on the link, you'll see that there will ask you for your email, and then you sign up. So it is supposed to start on November the 6th. And so about a month from now. And what that for $11.11, you'll have access to our full premium service for 10 trading days. Okay. Full premium service, except no auto trading. There's no auto trading. You don't hear me talking about auto trading at all. Okay. So, but if that's the only reason why you thought you wanted to take the test drive was to auto trade, I'm sorry. There's no auto trading allowed. So if you sign up, what'll happen is, I don't know if it's a couple of weeks before the test drive actually starts, it'll give you the instructions on how to sign up, how to pay for it. Okay. And then you'll have ten trading days with trade ideas for $11.11. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription. Commonly asked question. Okay. You want to take out a subscription afterwards? Sure. We're going to have a nice promo for you, but don't worry. We don't put you into a subscription. So we only do this. Well, we used to do this 4 times a year, once a quarter, but we're not doing it as much. So, I can't remember when the last one was. I think it might have been in May. But anyway, you want to sign up for it? Great. You could not wait for the test drive. Okay. Mm, no kidding on the reversal of you. Wow. I mean, it's moving. A lot of these are now moving with the market. All right, guys. So 10, almost 11 o'clock. So it's been a pretty fast morning for me. All right, guys. Not seeing too much now. Boy, what a bounce now for, I mean, a lot of stocks have bounced really in a big way. It could be just semantics too, PJ, and I mean, I could say, yeah, I know what you mean. I say, I made a bad trade. And people might say, well, that's because I lost money. But I know what you're saying, real. It's not a bad trade if you follow your rules and it just doesn't work. Now, it could be a bad trade if you follow your rules 100 times in a row and nothing works. Okay, that means you better trade your trading or do something about your trading style. But yeah, real is very. I mean, you can't beat yourself up about a trade that doesn't work as long as you follow your rules. And I think that's the problem with most traders. They don't have rules to follow because they don't know what to do. I mean, they look at something and they go, that looks pretty good. I think I'll take it. But they don't have a reason, a real reason other than it looks good. I think I'll take it. I'm hearing some good stuff about it. I mean, all of those things could work for a trade, of course. A lot of times it's just a coin flip, 50-50. Could go up, could go down. But you hear me talk about myself all the time. I have to have a checklist, and unless I can check everything, I don't take the trade. Look at the VLRS. Okay, the VLRS. Most of the things that I see, I have already been kind of checked because I'm not going to see something that it doesn't have enough volume, isn't in the price range that I want. So a lot of the things when I click on an alert have already been checked in my checklist, and then now my job is to look left. What do I see? If it doesn't, if I don't like it, if I don't think there's enough room looking left for a stock to keep moving higher, I don't take the trade. So I mean, with all the alerts I get all day long, I mean, most of them I don't take, but I want to see them. It's very hard to follow, even if you have rules, and a checklist and all. Sometimes it's insanely hard to follow because, especially when you get into some of these silly ones, and you say, "Man, I want to get into this. It doesn't meet any one of my criteria." But look at it. It could go up to $100, and you want to get it, and you chase it, and it doesn't work, and you lose a lot of money. But that's hard. I mean, I can fall into it also. I'm just pretty disciplined though about having a stop, even if I get into something that is just crazy. Look at the CMBM now, right back up. So, you take a look at the SHLS, okay? We had an alert at 10:21 at 1481 as a potential short. But look at what the market was doing at that time, okay? I'm not saying that this one had to follow the market exactly, but you know, when you see something like this, you think, okay, that looks pretty good because when you look left, I don't even know where there's any support. But that's why I have a SPY chart up all the time. So I can take a quick glance. Am I going against the market if I take this short right now? Now, if this had some, specific news to it, CEO, accused of fraud, a CEO, COO leaving, some really specific news and bad earnings, then, I don't care as much about what the market's doing. But, when I see the market doing this, why am I going to try to go against the market and take a short on this? So even though it came in on my option scanner, it doesn't mean I just pile into the trade because I have to look to see what the market's doing also. AONC guys, yeah, AONC halted on the way up. AONC halted on the way up. I guess this was an IPO. Yeah, this was an IPO back here. Not very good. I mean, it had probably a pretty decent first day, but has fall. I mean, look at this. I mean, $32 high a couple of weeks ago, $8 now. Wow. Yep, in my opinion, have to have a stop, and then the next thing is to obey your stop. Get out of the trade if it's not working for you. Don't hope that it comes back for you. A lot of times it could, sure, but the times that it doesn't, hmm. Okay, good. Phew. I thought maybe one of our servers bit the dust. Okay. How do you get the spy chart without changing the other charts? Okay, so if you look at if you right click on our charts, there's a couple of options. You right click on a chart and go down to scroll down to the property section, and then this box will pop up, and you see there is symbol linking. So if you uncheck the symbol linking, then that's what happens. The spy will not change when I click on a symbol. And obviously, I do have symbol linking on all of these on these three charts. So when I click on SGHT, SGHT will change in all these three charts. Speaking of SGHT, look at the room it's got, but the SPY does not change. Okay, so again, just right click on a chart on your chart, move down to the property section. This box will pop up. There's either symbol linking checked or it is not checked. Okay. And don't forget, guys, save your work. don't forget, at the very, very least, when you exit trade ideas, file, exit, it's going to ask you to want to save your layout, yes or no. You can say yes, assuming you want the same layout when you load trade ideas the next day. Because everything you do, every little change you make, like something like that, creating a unchecking symbol linking or something like that, it all has to be saved. All right, guys. Well, the AY, and I didn't take this one, but the AI talked about this a little bit, had that room to about 1470. So it's been inching its way up, basically following the market. Market's having quite the comeback, guys. That giant red bar at 8:30 Eastern time when the job numbers came out. They were quite a bit above what what the analysts expected. So the market just tanked on that news for a while. Again, the reason that, the basic reasoning, they're trying to cool down the economy, but the job growth is still there. And so what does that mean? Do they have to raise interest rates again? The market will not like that if they keep raising interest rates, of course. So that's so even though it looks like great news, more people are getting jobs, that's not what the market wants to see. Yeah, guys, remember this one from yesterday. Thanks, Chris. I don't know if you're listening to me. Chris Farley. He mentioned this one in our traders room in Trade Ideas. Yeah, MSS. I mean, remember this one from yesterday? There's the high of yesterday. I mean, look, if it takes this out, this one was surprising to me just because I didn't. This is an IPO from yesterday. I just didn't think it would have that sort of a move. It's a um, it's a food chain in California. Remember, I mentioned CWEN earlier. Again, moving with the market, guys. A lot of stocks are moving with the market. Okay, CWEN. I think I mentioned around our 1950 mark, and look at this. Has all sorts of room still. If it wants to keep going, 21.19 or so. Next high, about $1 away. That's on the daily chart. Yeah, that obviously, skewed because it's, only the second day of trading. But yeah, yeah. In fact, I don't even know. I'm sure that's probably over that number. That's probably the most that it can ever get to. But yeah, that's just because, of course, it's the second day of trading. It's funny though. Yeah. Well, let's take a look at AONC, and there are no shares available either at Interactive Brokers to short. So yeah, this could have a monster open, of course. This blue screen you see here. This is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas, but it says time and sales. So if you have Interactive Brokers, just load your time and sales. And this is, you can't see the symbol, but this is AONC. There's the halt price, 818. Projected open, I mean, it's going to be monster if that holds. Now, this is usually these halts are 5 minutes long. You can see right now that it's going to be at least a 10-minute halt. And it was halted at 11:01 plus 17 seconds. Obviously, did not open at 11:06 plus 17 seconds. So this could be another minute or so before it opens if it's a 10-minute halt for AONC. The old lumber liquidators, guys. This is showing up also. So that was a pop and a drop. Okay, I was wondering why is it showing? This is on the daily reversal because it has to take out yesterday's high to be a daily reversal. So it did briefly. Again, I don't like it. Why? Because look up here. I mean, even if it took out that high again at 293, look left. All sorts of, in my opinion, all sorts of potential stalling around the $3 level. So, I don't like it. I think people's trading will be vastly improved if you become way more selective. Now that does not mean to have 100 indicators on your chart and every one of them has to fire before you take a trade. You'll never take a trade, but within reason. Other thing is don't trade out of boredom. I didn't take the VNOx, but this is from my daily reversal, 396, and I didn't take it, but it still has some room, I suppose, if you took it, 446. If it can get through that, then 534. Okay, guys, I will be right back. Give me about 3 minutes, okay? Okay, guys, I'm back. All right, AONC open and all over the place, and wow, all over the place up. Look at this, yeah, 1046, 1040. Wow. Yeah, so that did, ooh, no, it did not meet my criteria for maybe taking something out of a halt. It had to get down below 818, and it did not do that, of course. Meanwhile, Levi completely and utterly reversed. Basically, it reversed with the market, guys. I mean, this was just followed the market. It's an earnings play, but it just followed the market. Even this one showed up on my daily reversal. The AONC, it showed up at 982. This one meaning AONC. Active day, guys. Really active day. And really kind of turning into one of my favorite days. Big gap down and then a recovery for a while anyway. And the while has been 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's an hour. Yeah, we had a little red bar there to stall it, but basically an hour up. And SPY has gone mildly positive. Dow's even positive. NAS is positive. Amazing. Another reversal, guys. ESLA. Another reversal, but it popped up and down. Wow. Another reversal. Low float. 903,000 in the float. I think this was this the reverse split or something? Oh, no, no, this was the SPAC. Okay, the SPAC that turned into ESLA back here. That's right. Thank you. Yeah, draw D. Big, big reversals today. I mean, guys, and the two earnings plays that we were following earlier. You know what? I agree. Happy New Year. I agree. Support at trade-ideas.com. Okay. More people that say this, guys. Our news is now, getting jumbled up. Okay, right here it is all English, I believe, but a lot of our headlines now are all in all sorts of different languages. I would pick on a couple that aren't, but I've brought that to their attention. But so I would pick on a couple or three now that aren't. Bet you Levi is in. Yeah, so there's Levi. So I think it's maybe some of the more name stocks. I don't know. But you can see, I don't know what that is. There's French. I'm not sure what that is, but I agree. But support at trade-ideas.com, alert the company. They know about it. Just give me a moment, please. But again, coming from our customers, and I've already pointed that out to them, okay? Regarding, how we've got a lot of foreign languages now in our news. I've already pointed that out to them, but the more people that do, maybe they'll listen. Okay, guys, VCNX again over a dollar. I mean, it hit $1.44 in the pre-market, all the way back down to 85 cents. It's over a dollar again. Well, if you're looking for something that's really cheap, I mean, it has some room, obviously. Two insider buys were reported after the close on Thursday, so that's the reason. I don't know how much they bought. Yeah, I don't know how much they bought. I'm sure somebody can dive into that a little bit better, more than I can right now. I think you're asking too much. Happy New Year. I know what you mean, though. So to try to identify somebody who is out like in another country and just have that news streamlined to them. But yeah, here, right here. I mean, I think it's a lot of it is some of the small. Well, I shouldn't say that. I was thinking it was the bigger ones, but here's a small one. We've got all sorts of different. That looks to me it could be Dutch, obviously French right here, maybe some German. I don't know. But I agree. But if you want, take the time, support at trade-ideas.com and say, can't you get your news all English? Used to be. I don't know what happened. But I noticed that a couple of weeks ago, maybe even, I don't know, maybe a month ago myself. I brought it to their attention, but I don't know. May not be a priority. We have so many things going on, with our web-based version, and it just may not be our priority. I don't think it's just a matter of flipping a switch. What a surge. Man, oh man, 420 to 425. So that the SPY, that 200-day moving average, it almost got breached, but not. It bounced off that 200-day moving average for the SPY and running a little, well, not a little bit. Nice run so far. I am with IB, yes, Sam. But if you're going to ask me I mean, yes, I am with IB, yes. But I'm a very simple user of IB, okay? But you can ask me a question if you want. This is Yep. That's all you should have to do with, I mean, I don't trade the pre-market that much, but yes, put a limit order in and you should get a fill, but I cannot speak for IB why you didn't get a fill. I don't trade the pre-market that much, but when I have, yeah, I go in on a limit order and normally I will get a fill. But you'd have to talk to IB for that. You're right though. That's all you should have to do. Put a limit order in with Brokerage Plus. Brokerage Plus just is a sort of a reflection of what the brokerages do. Exactly. All right, guys. See, here's another one. Now, this could be interesting. This is from the option scanner, CYTK. The next high looking left is about 30. So it's about a little more than $1 away. So it's got a little bit of room. CYTK. Oh, well, okay. I assumed you knew that, but I shouldn't assume anything. Yeah, make sure you have on the if you check right beside the limit price, there's a little box and you can check fill outside RTH and allow pre-open and stuff like that. Okay. But all I have is just fill outside RTH. So maybe that was it. I just assumed you would have had that checked. Okay. Well, all I can show you. Okay, Sam. I'm assuming you have an order entry. You have your order entry up. So for me, if you look, you see the buy, the sell, the quantity, the limit, and then right beside limit price. Probably the default is GTC, which is good to cancel. There's a little down arrow. If you click on that, then you're going to see something that says fill outside RTH, and you just check that. Yes. So I just popped the image in. So you see where it says GTC? You just you just click on that little down arrow, and then you'll have, all I have checked is fill outside RTH. Okay. Well, Brokerage Plus, the same thing. Limit, you have to go limit order. Okay. You have to click on limit. And then I mean, if you're in the morning, Monday morning, I'll show you. I mean, but you just click on limit and you'll see the bid ask. So it's the same thing. It definitely fills pre-market if you click limit order and then you pick a price. And I'm sorry, somebody asked about Foot Locker. Was that you, Raya? You asked about Foot Locker, FL? Yeah, I mean, Foot Locker, obviously, if it get over 2023, we'll have a ton of room. I mean, had earnings that hammered down on earnings. Look at this market. What a recovery. So for all the doom and gloomers out there, I mean, I'm not saying it's not we're not out of the woods yet, of course, but wow, really shrugged off the jobs report. I mean, obviously some pain on the way down, but has now shrugged it off, starting at 10:15. Man, I did not take the CYTK. Why didn't I? Do I have unusual? Well, I can tell you right off the bat, I don't. But let's take a look at PI and we'll see why. Question is, do I have PI? I guess you don't see my screen, but it has not. No, 127%. You see, so it's not meeting my filter requirements. 127%. Just an explanation about the option activity, guys. So I don't trade options. What I look for, I'm always looking because obviously I'm an intraday trader, day trader, however you want to brand me. So I'm always looking for stocks that are having abnormal activity, volume wise. So the first one, we have this great relative volume filter. So most of my scans, it's going to be three, meaning it has to be trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. But in addition to that, I look at the option activity. Now, remember, I'm not trading options, but I'm looking to see, okay, what stocks are also having abnormal option activity as well as volume activity. Okay, relative volume activity. Whoops. So when you look at CYTK as an example, so it's traded 2,900 contracts a day. That's the total puts and calls. That's 5.2 times normal, 520%. 5.2 times normal. So my filters in here has to be a minimum of 500 contracts and a minimum of 150% normal, 1.5 ratio. So what is normal? Well, what we do is we've got a filter that looks at the average over the last 10 days contracts. So So let's make the math easy. So if something is traded on average 1,000 contracts a day over the last 10 days, for me to see that stock today, it will have to be 1,500 contracts, 1.5 times normal. Okay, so no, I see. Okay, Trevor. Well, yeah. So PI did not show up because it was under the 150% limit that I got, or min that I've got on my filter. So again, I don't trade options, but some have said that, you know what? If I want to trade intraday options, basically day trade options, this is probably not a bad start because at least it's helping you find the stocks that are trading abnormally regarding options. Man, oh man, what a market move. I mean, this one's got a little bit of room. It's on my reversal scanner again. Little bit of room. 350 IREN. No, 356. So it's got 20 cents. It's just not enough for me. Because if I'm going to put a stop, even if it got to 20 cents, that means I cannot have a, I'd have to have a pretty tight stop. Certainly no more than 10 cents. It's interesting. Well, Trevor, I should point this out too. Okay, these are the three scans that I really pay attention to. Okay, they don't repeat. Daily reversal. Well, okay. Just call it the daily reversal. Option activity, the breakouts, and the breakdowns. Look how many alerts I've had all day. See how now and again, the only reason I have this one up here for you guys, the MoMA, because obviously we can get some things in here that aren't going to show here. And it can, as a room moderator, I try to keep it flowing. Sometimes I won't get too many alerts over the course of the day, even with these three scans combined. So this Momo will always usually give me things to talk about. But if I weren't moderating a room, I would probably just have this and that's it. So look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 here, 4 here, 13, 14, and 5. We've only had 20 different stocks alerted in these three scans. Actually, more than three scans. Because remember, there are two scans in here. That's a multi-strategy window. But that's it. So, I mean, if you're looking not to get overwhelmed, you might just want to concentrate on that. Now, that's if you are a momentum trader. Well, guys, 11:40, so I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes. Yeah, guys, take all this stuff. I know you're sort of talking about AMC, but maybe put that in the general market talk, okay? You don't mind, as opposed to writing all that stuff in the specific stocks only. I mean, I know you're talking about AMC, but there's another one. Look at this ALTR after having a horrible day back here. Was that an earnings play? No, I don't think it was earnings. November. Oh, it could have been. Yes, probably this was earnings. This is August the 4th, so it has earning every 3 months. So that looks like this was an earnings play right here for ALTR. Trying to again with the market. Look at this market, man. I haven't seen a day like this in a long time, guys. The huge gap down, and then not. This is not a gentle recovery. This is a a springboard recovery right now. Haven't seen a day like this for a long time. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm now back again. And so far, market showing no signs of stopping. Okay, maybe it's time for me to take one of these now. Look at the SVV. Let's see how much room it has. Yeah, it's got a little bit of room. 1705 from 1644, so it does have some room. This is another one of those reversals, daily reversals. Big down day yesterday, taking out the high of yesterday. Looking left now to see if it has any room. What's the spread like? The spread is not great. 1639, 1647. Yeah, the volume is a little bit light too. I mean, it's 2.2 times normal, but only 239,000 shares. Unless this market keeps moving higher, I don't see this one doing it, but it's following the market almost identically. I keep wondering, okay, when are we going to have finally a downtick? So I'm probably going to have to take a pass on it just because, well, I'm going to be taking my break about 10 minutes or so. And Andy, I'm just going to ask Andy. So it is Andy today, guys. So Andy will be in our room in about 14 minutes from now. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy for his 1 hour in our YouTube room. Okay, so the question is, how do I create like this right here? Okay, a dock window. First of all, what I'm going to do is I will show you, but you also should look at the guide because you may forget everything I say. Okay. Do I follow a repeatable routine? I would say yes. That's You might want to ask me a little more detail about that, but yes, I mean, I know what I'm trying to do every single day, if that's what you mean. So if you take a look, if you click on my link, on that link, Steve, and go to the home page and scroll down until you see the education section, click on the education section and then go to the user guide. Okay. And docking. Okay. So there's a whole section with videos and text, etc. Okay. You're talking about this. Okay. Well, it's the same. It's exactly the same. Doesn't matter. Okay. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, whether you look at this is a dock window. This is a dock window. I mean, it's the same idea. So if you do this, you click on new docked window. Again, this is all in the guide. Okay. But I will just show you briefly. So dock window. You give it a name. I always like to start off my dock windows with dock because then you'll see I can search on it. In this particular case, I'm just going to type in test. Okay. Give it a name. Okay. Now, if I want to put the abnormal activity, I want to put this Momo scan into this dock window that we call test. All I have to do, just move this off so it's a little more clear. You right click and you see where it says duplicate into test. And here it is. So, a minute. Okay, so here it is. Okay. I'll do on this one, duplicate abnormal option activity. I'll put it duplicate into test. You'll see what happens. Tabs just start to form. And now in order to arrange it, you just grab a header and you put it where you see when you get this little icon popping up, you just pick where you want it. I want it to the right-hand side of it. So there it is. And I want it to the bot underneath it. Okay. But all this is in the guide. I just wanted to show you, in principle how you do it, and why I like to sort all my or name them all starting with test or sorry with doc, is because when I go here, file, load from cloud, if I want to see all the docked windows that I do have, I can just click on dock, and here they all are. Okay, a lot of them I don't use anymore, but okay. Now, anybody listening to me, docking is not something you have to do. You know, I like to I have grouped my thumbnail charts in a dock. Makes it a little bit easier for me if I want to show you these things just to move them out all at once. But docking is I'll bet that only I don't know 10 or 15% of our customers actually dock. No, notice these windows are not docked. I could dock them, but it's not necessary. And it can be a little bit tricky if you don't grab the header of the right place. So that's why I really don't talk about docking too much unless I get a specific question. Meanwhile, when I didn't take, look at the SVV now. So there was the alert, SVV 1636, and it got up to what 1650 or so. Market, there was a little a little glimmer of red here, but not anymore. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to give my voice a rest in about 10 minutes. So what I'm doing is I will put the YouTube link in the main room, and you will be in our main room in the YouTube room in about 10 minutes, probably less than 10 minutes from now. So I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Andy while he's there. I always think it's a good idea to head over to YouTube between 12 and 1 while I do take my break. We have 5 days of the week. We have 5 different traders who take over for me. and they all have different trading styles. So I think it's probably a good idea just to head over and you can listen to somebody else with their trading style. And Andy will have scans that he likes. He's a big bottom fisher, guys. He likes to find the stuff that have been just beaten up and try to find a way to trade them. He's more of a swing trader than I am, way more. And so what I'm going to do is I'll just put my announcement in just so I have it ready. So when Andy shows up, I'm still here until he does, around 1 p.m. Okay. Ah, well, I got to hand it to, I think it was Finn. I got to go way back. Fin Fan Trader or Fin Fan Forever. I think it was you, wasn't it you in pre-market when I opened the room, I saw, and you said this could be the bottom, and man, was it ever? I think it was you, Fin Fan, or was it somebody else? I remember, yeah, I remember, but Fin Fan, I think he literally was saying, "Okay, guys, expect a big pop off the drop." I think those were the words. I think it was him, but it might have been somebody else. He may not be in the room anymore. Thank you, Ovi. Well, I mean, you can see how, yesterday we were talking about, Tony, if you're in the room, we were talking yesterday about the importance of the 200-day moving average. So, look how important it was on the SPY. I mean, like within pennies, 419.55, look where it got to in the pre-market. 419.70, that was the low, 419.55. So, I mean, does it happen all the time like this? No, but wow. What a bounce off the 200-day moving average. You can see on the daily chart, you can see the last 3 days, well, today inclusive, so if you include today, 4 days, it is, been getting close to that 200-day, but the whoever stepping in and defending it. What a move for CYTK, guys. I mean, look at this move. Abnormal option activity 20 there. You can see the candle. You can see the on the 15-minute chart where the alert happened with that little up arrow. And then, with the market, I mean, this is one of those days, guys. Got to make as much as you can on a day like today because this is not, we've not seen a day like this in a long, long time. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. I mean, I look at, no, I'm getting some alerts for Nike for some reason. NKE. Oh, I see why. Okay, yeah. So Nike was a big earnings play, but it sold off really. I mean, this was earnings on here, September 29th, got up to what, 90, almost to 100, but it really sold off. And it sold off the next day. But again, with the market, I mean, look at the, I don't really like to take trades like this, that are so in tune with what the market's doing, because, you have to be really following what the market's doing. But at some point, if it keeps moving like this, but I would certainly have like a SPY chart or some other way in which to track the overall market if you're in a trade right now. Probably, Raya. Yeah, Foot Locker course, sympathy or pure play with Nike. I mean, it has a look at. I mean, Nike at least. I think Nike was almost, well, maybe not an all-time high, but I mean, it was not as beaten up as Foot Locker. Nowhere near as beaten up. Well, you know what? If this market continues to scream higher, why not put an alert at 2013 for Foot Locker? That would be the next high look left, and then it would have all this potential room to fill.
Mr. Barry.
There he is. You know what? I'm not hearing the little ping pop for some reason. So just give me one moment, Andy. Okay.
No hurry. No hurry.
YouTube room. And so I put the YouTube link in. You can head over and listen to Andy. I will be back in the main room at about 1 o'clock. Well, Andy.
How you doing, buddy?
Dead or whatever the heck you call some of those things. They must have worked very well today.
What do you mean? What you call some of those things?
Well, Dawn of the Dead, your bottom fishing
Oh,
plays.
Dawn of the Dead. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish I'd played more. I did jump in some plug at 638, but yeah, looking for some of these ones that have been beaten up. But yeah, it was, well, a lot of them just weren't from Dawn of the Dead, but
right. No, I was kind of pulling your leg a little bit,
but no, I like to catch. Yes,
now,
yes.
We haven't seen a day like this in a long, long time.
I know.
I talk about this being almost my favorite day when you have a big gap down in the market,
Yep.
and then I look for a slow recovery, but this is like a massive recovery.
It is.
I don't recall seeing a day like this.
Yes, I agree. It's
in
been
a long time.
It's been a long time. You're right. It has been a long time. Yeah. the difficult,
exactly.
Yeah, the difficult time is I lost some money just trying to pick it the other day on this level,
right.
And then you got a lot of whipsaw, and I kind of got chopped up a little bit, but I made it all back today. But it's like, yeah, pretty crazy. But
look at the SPY though, and look at that daily chart on the SPY. I was just talking about this before you took over, but look how that 200-day moving average so far, including today, for 4 days, has been defended.
Yeah.
And
and a lot of people probably were anticipating that it was a foregone conclusion that we were going to actually tag that, and we didn't. We did in pre-market. Yeah, we did in pre-market.
In the pre-market, we got within a few pennies.
I beg to differ. Let me see my chart here.
Okay, you beg to differ. Okay. I see. Okay, I see a low of 419.70.
Okay, so that's 420.
And I see that the 200 days at 419.55.
Let's see.
I'm looking at 50.
Yes, I stand corrected.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I was thinking 420, but you're right. The 200 is a little bit below that.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. For
Okay.
1955. Exactly. So
Ah, interesting. Yeah.
I'm right every now and then, Andy. Oh, all right, my friend. I'll
Oh
let you
man.
go.
Yeah, take
I'll,
a nice long break, Barry. No hurry.
no hurry. Okay, great. Thanks.
No. Have a good
See
one, bud.
you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye bye.
Hello, everybody. How is it going? This is the trading support webinar. If some of you guys are in here for the first time, this is where we take over for about an hour. My name is Andy, and most of you, obviously, who's been around a while, know me by now. But if you're here for the first time, welcome. And if you have any questions about the software, any type of configuration you're trying to do, or just any questions at all, hey Martha, be sure to hit me up. Uh, Otherwise, feel free to ask about, charts and stocks and things like that, and we can also tackle. That's where it usually ends up heading anyway. But if you are here and you need something about the software answered, I'm your man. Hi, Iris. Yes, it is a crazy market. It is a crazy market, and I wouldn't be surprised to see us retrace a lot of this. It's just I mean, I can't. That's hard to say, but just the way everything's been going lately. But let's take a look. We are back above our 10-period moving average, and really kind of in no man's land right now. So I would be hesitant to be fading it here, but uh, it's been a downtrend. It's been a downtrend. We can't argue that. So one day does not make an uptrend. So we got to keep that in the back of your mind. And I still think you have to be in scalping mode. Unfortunately, I took some off the table on this move up, and I'm like, wish I'd have kept it all. Hi, Jeff. Welcome aboard. First time. All right, great. What like I was saying, we hijacked Barry's room for an hour. The good thing about it is all of us here are very long time traders. So if you have any questions, and all been using the software for a very long time. I'm actually user number 40 in the system. I basically started from uh, the very beginning, the first week. Trader Joe says, I posed a question about daily routine. Do you have any daily routine you do every single day? Would you care? Sure, sure. I've shared in here before, and I'll definitely go over it again. You can see my swing trade watch list, and I am so livid. I mean, this one just, big gap down, and it just took off and got me. I've been watching this one. You can see this was top on my list. I've been talking about it in my video that I do. Anyway, what a explosive move, and I missed it. But these are ideas that I get from looking at. First of all, I look at a lot of charts. Uh, just I've always been doing that, but I do have several scans that I look at. And what I have is, and I'll be happy to share this with you guys, the whole channel or on my whole doc is called my eye homework. And I'll grab this in the morning. Well, first of all, I always go over the previous list. Anything I was watching the day before, I will go through every one of those and see if they're still setting up, still looking good. And then I'll add them to my watch list. And then I have this scan called Nice Setup. And what it's designed to do is find you stocks that are in a nice setup, and you can see this HQY is a prime example. Okay, so I'm not looking for stocks chasing up here, after it's moved up after several days. This is not a market right now that you're buying highs in. Especially for a swing trader, it's okay if you're day trading, but if you're a swing trader, this has been a tough market to buy highs in. You buy this and you're looking for a swing, next thing you know, it's retracing. So I'm looking for setups like this, something that is pulled back, it's above its moving averages. It's what I consider to be a really nice setup and a lot of potential. Okay. And then what I'll do is probably come in here each morning and I'll mark them up. And sometimes I mark them down just for maybe a pullback. This market's very volatile, so a lot of times I'll just stick a alert here to the downside, and maybe in the early minutes of the day it gets driven down, and I'll keep an eye on it and see if it's just kind of a head fake. But this is one of my favorite uh, scans by far because I like looking for setups. I'm not one that like to chase highs. Uh, so this one, these over here, they've been kind of tough. The Trend Change Pro, Revenue Growth Fishing, they work better. It seems like in kind of bullish bull markets, they're very tough. And look at AMC coming on my Revenue Growth Fishing. I tell you this, I'm not one to trade AMC meme stocks, but I tell you this high right here, going back to 910, that could, that's a very, very tightly wound range. And if it does get through that 910 level, could be a quick pop, for a couple of bucks, buck and a half anyway. But I'm not telling you to buy AMC, that's for sure. Uh, this pullback above 50 SMA's Pro, it's a good one. Looking for stocks that have pulled back, and like this eBay right here is a prime example. Look how it's holding the 50 right here, and now it is uh, putting in what I call a setup bar, and it was probably in here yesterday as well. So this could be a good one, especially in bull markets. Okay, this has been tough lately in the bear tape that we've had, but you get into like a bullish market, this can be a very powerful little scan. This one right here is above stocks that are above all their key moving averages, and I got it sorted by change from the 10 SMA. So what I like to look at are stocks that are close, and you can see HQNY is in here as well. See how it's just above its 10 period moving average, not far above it, just about 50 cents. So that's not bad. Uh, so I'll go through every one of these as well. That's kind of a sloppy. I'm not sure what that is. All right. Hi, Pioneer. Hi, Shaw. Yes, I'm primarily a swing trader. I will do a day trade every now and then, but I day traded for 17 years, and uh, as you get older, it starts to wear on you. So I kind of several years ago, I kind of dove into swing trading. It's a lot less stressful. You can do I like to call it position trading because a lot of times I will day trade a portion of my position, but uh, I'm going to show you. I'm going to share this homework with everybody because it can be a real good tool. And once again, my favorite is this nice setup. Uh, let me share this real quick. All right, I'm going to share the whole docked window so you'll get all these alerts. And there you go. And I'm going to share one other with you because it's very similar to this nice setup, but it's also a little bit different. So I'm going to share it. It's called Sweetness. And then after I share it, we'll pull it up and take a look at it. It's like I said, it's very similar to uh, the nice setup one. All right, let's load this bad boy and see what we're looking at. And you might even see the same kind. Okay, yeah, Groupon is in this. And there you have it. That's a sweet looking chart, no matter how you slice it. Mobileye, I'm actually in Mobileye. Another sweet chart. LFMD, VMware. So like I said, you're going to see a lot of very similar chart. Yes, I wanted to buy that this morning, but I hesitated. But you can see it about trying to break out to like a 5-day high there. What not want to chase right now though. So there you go. And I will look at gappers. I will look at gappers to see if anything's gapping like on big news or earnings. Like I said, in this environment, I really don't like chasing the gappers. It seemed like a lot of them been gapping up too much, and they just sloppy. Uh, but that's my routine, and it seems to work okay for me. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, Happy New Year. Yes, I did share those. You're welcome, Trader Joe. No, no, I like to do it in the morning. I get up pretty early. Of course, I'm not on the West Coast like a lot of people are, so I can get up, you know, 6:30 and Central Time, and I can spend a good 45 minutes usually just going over everything, marking them up. Uh, let's see. Typically, we'll do a video. I didn't this morning because it was just crazy day, non-farm day, Friday. I didn't want to put anything in there, but there was several on my list that are performing very well. But a lot of things are for sure. Tau, that's a little bit. It's probably going to continue go. I sold half of my position. I bought this and it was one on my watch list along with PDD. China play, nice looking chart. Looks like it may want to go and fill this gap right here to around 911. All right, plug. Let me see what you're gonna do here. You took out that high. See, I had a bid in charge point, but I know I didn't get it. I'm bidding it at 417. Just playing a little bit of some beaten up stocks, Armageddon stocks I call them. High short float in this environment may scare a lot of the shorts out, and that's kind of why I jumped in plug. TNA think it could be possibly a nice reversal here. You can see the double kind of bottoming tails yesterday. Highs were around 2637, I believe, and took it out this morning. I actually, yeah, I bought it through high, or actually a little bit before. I cheated, but Lee, I was going to add to that position. Lee is, if guys who know me, been trading this a lot, and Tesla reduced prices again once again on some models. I think and it always on the surface looks bad and affects the EV stocks in China for a little bit, but I think China was just too strong, and now this thing's finally getting a bid. But I got a little bit of that. Let's see. Martha, they come out on this channel right here. I don't have a personal channel. I do, but I don't put anything on there. Uh, I'm just not much of a Twitter guy. But we do have a channel. I give it to one of the girls here, and she puts it out every day. And let me see. Trade ideas. This one right here, and you will see. It'll be called the. Well, see if she got the last ones in. Well, I'm gonna have to. Okay, there's the last one. Okay, October 4th. So we're missing. Looks like we're maybe missing one day, but yeah, you can just look for the traders. I go over. I go over, don't go over the whole list. I go over the kind of the top ones. I usually pick about four, maybe five stocks that that I like the best. And, it's like a 2-minute video, and I'll go over that. And also, we do have uh, if you want to see them, and let's say you missed a video, all you got to do is go to, if you have trade ideas, you go to the docked channel bar. Okay. And then you look for Netflix alert going off. I kill myself for not adding to that position. It's called the Trader's Eye. Okay. Now this is a global watch list. So that watch list that I just showed you from that I was looking at today will have races of all the stocks that are in my list for today. Oh, look, I'm not sure how Mobileye got in there. I didn't think I put that one in there. Maybe I did. I guess I did. Well, look at that moving Roku. But today, you bought pretty much bought anything. You got a nice move. But when markets are kind of in turmoil and we're bear market, you'll find stocks that even though the market may be in a bearish tape, there'll be some stocks that are really setting up nice. And there's an Amazon alert. Boy, that's just buying the tech today. But anyway, that's where you can go if you want to get the list. It'll be in race form there, so you can check it out. I'm sorry, Andy, your thoughts on CELH? Celsius. Yeah, it's been beaten up. Let me zoom out here. Okay, this is what I don't like about it. Anytime I see a stock that's performing so ugly over man, let's call it say it's 3 weeks. Uh and I see this gap down here, it makes me nervous. Now it doesn't mean it has to feel it, but at the same time, it will keep me from buying a stock, even though it may do a reversal. So what I would do in a case like this is maybe put me alert down here, right? Just right at that gap fill. I like to say that stocks, it's amazing. They have a tendency to fulfill their destiny, and this is a destiny that has a ugly gap down there. So I think there's a real good chance it might fill that. But once again, doesn't mean it have to. I mean, another thing I look at is today, a very strong day in the market, and this thing is still down on the day. So, uh, see if zoom out a little bit further. Now, you do have a nice little bit of support here that is trying to hold, but it's just a real tough one. It may hold this support, but boy, anytime I see a gap that close to it, I just feel like there's a real good chance of fulfilling that destiny. Okay. Market is trying to do a bar reversal in the SPY and the Qs at the same simultaneously. So could see a pullback here. Amazon bumping right into its 3-day high there, and that's why my alert went off earlier. And you do have the 10-period moving average. I'm actually up more than that. What I did earlier is I put in a stop on a retracement. Uh, I can't remember where it was. I think it was right down here to sell a portion of it, and I got overfilled. And I looked later, and I was short the stock, and I was like, "Oh no!" So I had to chase it and buy it back to get my right size. So actually doing much better in Amazon than it looks, just because stupid keystroke error. Not in my account, just in this uh, brokerage plus. Yeah, Walmart, I saw it coming through my Extreme Volume High-Low Pro this morning. Uh, there it is, so look at the volume it was doing. Pretty ugly. I don't know what the news was. It obviously wasn't, I just not interested. But yeah, not performing well at all. It got real close to its 200 day, but didn't tag it. Might set you alert there just in case it wants to. See how it reacts if it does get down there. Shit, this is where it gets kind of tricky because let's face it, we've been in a bear market, bearish tape, whatever you want to call it. But it's been ugly, a lot of selling going on. So got to keep that in the back of your mind. Oh yeah, you think it came down here and yeah, some buyers getting in before the 200, squeezed a little bit. Like I said, I have no idea. It was boy, 3 weeks ago. It was at all time highs. So uh, if you're like an investor or something like that, may want to keep an eye on it. It's not one that I typically care to play. Let's see how the small caps are holding up. Let's see what kind of volume we have today. Yeah, pretty decent volume in the spies. I expect Q to probably be the same, more maybe. Yeah, over two relative volumes. So there's definitely some, buying coming in. So see what happens. What do you think of a short in MKTX? Ooh, that's a tough one, but especially after that move yesterday and then a gap up today. I mean, if I was going to day trade it, yeah, possibly. I like that it's breaking its 10 period moving average now. There's a real good chance, though, you got the 50 down here as well, that it's probably going to defend. You also kind of have a nice kind of a pivot level, we'll call it right here at around the 233.60 level. That's a tough one just because, of the gap. Not sure what the news was, but I can see giving it a try. But what I think we had the same kind of scenario about a month or two ago. Somebody was asking me the same kind of something like this. This is one that if I do trade, try to short, that I'm out quickly if it fails. In other words, I don't want to play a guessing game if it wants to go back to highs or anything like that. And really, I would want it to stay below that 10 period moving average that is trying to break right now. So if this candle closes below that in the next 4 minutes, there's a good chance, yeah, you might see some selling. But boy, sure feels like to me it's one that might just want a doji and just basically kind of, because you got a pivot level, you got a key moving average there. So yeah, it's a crap shot. You can see too, it's trying to bounce and close above that. Zoom in a little bit so you guys can see. Close above that 10 period moving average. Let's see some of these other beaten up ones I was looking at. Frey. I'll just stick with my plug. I got a good price there. Been in this AAL for a couple of days because oil started getting hit, and that's what kind of got me in it. I got a decent price at 1267. Bought it back on this day right here because of oil, but man, it's just trying to get. I just cannot figure out why this thing cannot go more than a dime. Yeah, yeah. Me and Steve, we used to, we were partners in Today Trader, and we very much similar to what Barry does. We would clients would come on and watch my screen, and yeah, we've always been a uh big on the 10 period moving average. That's kind of what we call the momentum line, and especially for day trading. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I may look at it for entries and stuff for swing trading because everything I do is kind of what I call a position trade. In other words, it can change. It can turn into a day trade if it goes against me. Uh, but yeah, and then of course I move on to the daily when it comes to well, first and foremost, I look at the daily for entries and exit, but sometimes I'll use that 10 period for kind of a guiding line. Carvana, yeah, I pulled that up earlier just because I know that always has squeeze potential. It was ugly yesterday. Yeah, trying to do a bar reversal there. Honestly, I would probably like to be in this earlier, kind of like I snagged plug. I like to get ahead of these ones that are potential uh, short squeezes. But yeah, I mean, still hasn't done a bar reversal, I don't think. You got a high of 37.84, so it's not there yet. So there's a good chance. Kind of why I'm in plug. It's got a decent, short float there of 22.50. I mean, if think about a lot of people, these shorts that have been in their money, good profits, sitting in good profits, and all of a sudden you got a market that just ripped up. And hey, they may be thinking, I mean, let's take my profits in this thing, get out. And then not only that, you have people like me who's looking to bottom fish. Nothing wrong with bottom fishing. So you can see my stop in there. It's a hard stop. I already put in there. I mean, it's one of those ones that if it didn't work, I was going to be out. Uh, still, still would be early in this one. I just don't. See, I'm trying to get a pullback and get something on that, but ENVX. Yeah, definitely. Not sure what the gap down was, but definitely defending this $10 level. I don't know if it's going to have enough juice on a Friday afternoon to get through. Not doing a whole lot of volume today, but always keep an eye. A lot of times you got to keep an eye on this biggest volume bar and it put in like a topping tail. A lot of the times this can signify a potential reversal anytime you have but then again, it could just go right through. Now, what's this high going back over here is 1047. So yeah, it gets back above, that 1047, there's a chance, this thing could pop. Float is 128 million, so not really small float, but not huge either. Yeah, that has potential. Does have potential. Poor AMC. I don't trade this thing hardly ever, but I do like the way it's just wound very, very, very tight. If it does get above that uh, range breakout there, I believe it's right around, let's see, 910. It could have a little pop. Good job, Luca, on the RIVN bounce. No, no, no. These are free floating windows, so they're not in a dock. Uh, I've had these layouts, for a long time. Yeah, I prefer just not to have them in a dock. I usually don't mess with them, but if I want to, bring down in my, uh, for those that don't know, if you want to just minimize your whole layout, just click on that minimize sign. It's going to reduce everything, and then just pull it back up. Just find it back, click on it. All right, let's see here. The market is getting a little bit tired. I'll put one right up there just in case. A little bit tighter there. See how the small cap is holding up. Yeah, just a standard pullback there. Nothing to be alarmed about. Peter asked us, seeing headline earnings 4 days from now impact share value? Not really. Not really. Now, only if you see a stock moving up, maybe in the prior days to earnings, maybe the first 3 days you see it, people cheating. It doesn't necessarily mean, but I mean, you find stocks that are doing that. A lot of people, a lot of times it's just people uh, thinking that the earnings are going to be good, or making an educated guess that the earnings are going to be good. But I never let price action before earnings I never let it really dictate anything I'm going to do. I very, very seldom, will hold stocks into earnings. If I do, it's usually tiny size, but uh, sometimes you can keep an eye on it and see if people, if you want to do a scalp or something like that, people are buying it or selling it prior to earnings. Yeah, Patrick, the dollar, still mentioning the dollar pulling back. I think maybe it's just overdone, maybe to the upside a little bit. So just seeing a little bit of uh, profit taking or whatever. But hey, hey, perfect circle, how you doing? Tell you, one of these days, UNG, you look at it on the weekly, it's been channeling for a very, very, very long time, like almost a year. Yeah, not that long, but let's call it uh, since March. Yeah, so that's a long time. So it's like 7 months. It's just been wow. Look at that channel, tightly wound. And I guess the high would be this bar right here, which would be 808. Something to keep an eye on if you like trading nat gas. What would you need for Meta to trade it today for a day trade? All right, let's take a look at Meta, formerly known as Facebook. Oh boy. Well, if it definitely pulled back to 307, maybe pull back to the fast line if you're looking maybe to go long. Now it is getting up to a level of resistance, and it is Friday. A lot of times, what'll happen is these things will run its course, through the first few hours of the day, and then they just become really, really sloppy. Uh, so it's not a trade I would be potentially looking for unless I was going to swing trading and I got a nice hefty pullback on it. But uh, yeah, if I had to, if somebody held a gun to my head, and I would probably, wait for this, pull it back to maybe the fast line, and then it catch it, and that would be potentially a good day trade in my opinion. Geez, you actually went negative AAL. These airlines are just gonna put a flat on this one. Put a Best thing to do. Just stick a flat in there and forget about it. Got no love. Plug is going higher. I'm seriously thinking about reaching up and grabbing some charge point for. Let's see what. Bought some of that charge point. Just get it on my Get it on my blotter. I see this plug is doing very pretty nicely there. Let's let these 27% short flow. Maybe it's time for them to take profits. Long PSLV following. Yeah, yeah. Hopefully you were in it. Uh, were you in it overnight, Patrick, or you just buy it today? That PSLV. Oh, nice. Very nice. I swear, every time I trade silver, they get me out. All right, plug. Let's see. You got above that 60. Looks like you want to go to hopefully 74 there. Andy, do you have risk off indicators that will tell you when to step aside until the market figures a direction? No, I'm a junkie. You know what? But I'm a very disciplined junkie, if that makes sense. So, uh, I mean, I was trading. I was trying to buy some of this stuff the last 3 days, and I should have been more patient. But if I'd have been patient, maybe I wouldn't got in today. Patient people were waiting for the 200-day hit on the spies. Well, we never got it. I may get aggressive on this charge point here, but I yeah, I could probably be more disciplined. There's now if I was like trading somebody else's money like a fund manager, I would be more disciplined. But uh, I usually do it with small size. I mean, you can kind of see some of the stocks I was in, like Amazon, Shop. Uh, you can see some of the closed P&Ls in there. Mobileye, I got hit pretty good in that one because just got boy, the thing's nasty. Got me on that day. I was on in it there. Got me on this day right here. Had to get out, but but I have confidence, you know, uh, that I can make it back, but and then some. But at the same time, yeah, I'm a junkie, but like I said, I'm a disciplined junkie. I Sometimes I get focused on the stocks, not the overall market. Like like a lot of people were preaching, back over here. It looked like, when we're trying to bounce and I'm looking down there and seeing the 200-day, I'm thinking, well, we may have some more to go, but I'll still kind of, play some possible swing trades just in case we're not going to make it to the ton, and that's a bounce right there. That looked pretty good in the spies. You had that bottoming tail and then a bar reversal. Probably got in some stuff right there for a swing, and then probably got stopped out on this day. So I'm very active, but at the same time, I am disciplined, and won't let stuff just run against me. I did buy some more charge point. See if we can. Let's see. At least probably should be before I buy more. Wait for it to go to highs, but I am one that likes to anticipate. Now, if it turns around and fails and drops below that 420, I'd probably be out. A lot of people, they will not even, you know, consider this trade unless it broke out through. I mean, you had a bar reversal through yesterday's highs, and I understand that. Um, but sometimes I like to anticipate, and that way, when everybody else, is buying through this breakout, I could be, maybe possibly offering some out, and it can just turn around and reverse and get me out as well. Yeah, Brian, yeah, it's hard to say. That Meta is very strong. All the tech stocks are very, very strong today, and yeah, getting back to that. I mean, it could go sideways and rip, and go another for a scalp, go another, $2 easy. But see what happens. Qs actually want to go back to highs. And there's AMC. Good Lord, am I going to trade this on a Friday afternoon? Ah, look at the volume coming in on the 1 minute though. All right, I bought it at 9:05 AMC. See if we can get through that 9:10. Ah, I think I know better. Sorry, guys, I'm just over here. Managing some stuff. Hold on just one second. Be right with you. All right, what you gonna do, AMC? You gonna break through this? Or you gonna get slapped back down? No real target on Amazon. I mean, especially at this date. I mean, because uh, I'm probably more apt to be looking to buy more. I got a decent price. Like I said, it's actually much better than what you're seeing here because of my stupid fat finger error and selling too much earlier and got short and then had to cover it and buy it back. But uh, this is a tough place right here because it's bumping right up against this 10 period moving average. So definitely not looking to add anytime soon. But it's one where if the market is digging in and turning around, that uh, I mean, gosh, I'm looking probably now to add. So I really don't have a target. I think as long as the market conditions are working in my favor and the stock really needs to get above its 10 period moving average. So uh, not a big position right now. And like I said, I've already sold half because I had a really good position, but I will look. I'll do that a lot of times. I will, uh, you know, buy some ugly looking charts and with decent size, and then I'll scalp out to when it gets to a kind of a pivot level, and then I'll hold on to that little chunk, and that'll be my kind of my core position. And then if it does, break out above this, I may look to be adding back in. So, oh, I didn't buy AMC in this account, did I?
The Taylor Swift effect for AMC.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? Come on,
Is
Andy, get with it.
is
So AMC, so Taylor Swift did a concert maybe a couple of weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. AMC, I guess they filmed it, and now they're going to be screening
oh
it in all their theaters. And
ah
Beyonce is the next one. So that is kind of a bit of a business model that they're trying to.
okay,
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah. And
Uh
I had thought that it was supposed to be today, like today's Friday, that it's going to be launching. But somebody said it was next Friday, but maybe it's staggered around the theaters around the country. But
Oh, okay.
um, so that could be the reason for the nice move today.
Okay. Let me ask you, Barry, will you play like a range breakout on something like this? Or are you too embarrassed to be buying AMC?
No, no, no. I have my feelings about the
Right.
whole,
Of
nonsense.
course. Of course.
But a chart is a chart is a chart.
Right. Exactly.
So, I leave my feelings behind. The only thing I don't buy is tobacco companies. I don't care if it's a beautiful chart or not. That's the only thing I won't buy. That goes against my religion or whatever you want to call it. So,
Ah,
but
okay. I
but other
understand.
than that, if it's a good looking chart, whether it's GameStop,
Hmm.
if Bed Bath and Beyond or whatever it's going to be
Yeah,
called, Butterfly, whatever the
of
heck
course.
it's going to be called in the future, it's a good looking chart. I'll buy it. I may have a long term bias on it, but I'll buy it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Well,
because I did hear you bought it at what 908 or so,
no, 905. So I kind
905,
of,
even
yeah, kind
better.
of, yeah. But you know
Okay,
what? It's one of those that if it breaks nine, I'll get out. I mean, it's one that
right.
should go. It should go breaking out of this range. The high of this range right here is 910. So love to get the next high, Barry, is not till like 1150 or 62. So
Yes,
right,
you're right.
yeah,
The next big is 910. You're absolutely right. I'm looking at a daily chart. The next
yeah.
high, you're right, is 1170.
Okay,
1170.
all
So
right.
yeah,
So
definitely has some room.
we'll see. Might I even
Yeah.
talk you into it? No.
You might if it pulled back just a little bit,
Yeah,
perhaps. I
there.
want to see if especially if it pulled back to 910 and it
Yeah,
held, and
yeah,
then
for sure. All
maybe I'd take some.
right.
Anyway, thank you, Andy, as always,
Oh,
for filling in for me for the hour.
oh man, yeah. Well, we should even do it longer, man. You have a long day, but anyway,
Okay, you
if
can
you
uh,
ever,
you can
if you
have for the
ever,
rest of the day if you want.
oh,
Okay,
surely
my
you take
friend.
out of here early on a Friday, right?
Not really. I mean, 3 o'clock. I
Okay.
mean,
Oh, good.
that's typically when I shut down, unless there are questions after three, and I'll stick around. But I usually shut down. But I've got great one of the guys in our main room, William. He keeps the room open till 4 for me. So
Okay.
it's for the degenerates that have to keep trading until 4. I mean, I
Even on a
start.
Friday, I
I
know.
get on the mic at about 9, but I'm up a lot earlier than that. So yeah,
Sure.
by the time 3 hits me, I'm done. I am done. So
Oh, I bet,
have a
man.
great
Yeah.
weekend.
Oh, you
I
too,
guess.
Barry. You too. Got a lot of football. Good football this weekend. So
Yeah, no kidding. No
yeah.
kidding. Okay, I'll
All right,
take over
man.
the screen
All right. Have a
and
good one,
look
man.
at that. AMC is front and center.
There you go, man. All
Okay.
right. Bye bye.
Okay. Bye. All right. All of the rooms. Yes. Yeah. Good move on the AMC. I mean, that now taking out that 910 level could be really interesting. Sure, Shady, can we get a confirmation? I mean, somebody said that, and again, it might be staggered, but the Taylor Swift, is it supposed to be today? But somebody said that, and it might be staggered, that it wasn't showing in their area until next Friday. Because now, when you look left, 1170 is the next high for AMC. Oh, so it is next Friday. I could have sworn you said it was today, earlier this week. Okay, cool. Well, next Friday, Friday the 13th. Why not? I thought you said it was this Friday. I may have been wrong because somebody said yesterday that it wasn't opening in their area until, as you say, next Friday. Tony, sometimes I hear you say, if I am correct, options can be what? You cut yourself off there? Oh, I see. Well, I mean, for me, remember, I'm looking for pure momentum, abnormal activity. So my number one is our retail, our relative volume filter. Okay, that's my number one look. But this just helps me find stocks that are trading really abnormally also by looking at their if the option volume is abnormal, more than likely, it's going to be an abnormal looking trader, and that's all I'm looking for. Abnormal meaning I don't want to get into something that's trades 100,000 shares and then stops for the rest of the day. So typically, if it's got decent option activity coupled with a high relative volume, that gives me enough stocks to look at. No, 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 no. I'm not scanning for options, Tony. These are filters that we have. It just shows me a stock. Okay, look at CYTK. Okay, CYTK. And interesting, that's the last alert we had in this. But CYTK is traded 14,252 contracts today, right now. Okay, that's 25 times normal. Okay, so that means I'm not trading now. As I've said before, some will trade options if they're intraday. If they're day trading options, I think this would probably be a pretty good scan to have, because if you're just like if I'm day trading stocks, how am I going to find the option? How am I going to find the stocks that are having abnormal option activity unless I use something like this? I'm not saying now. I'm sure the people who trade options have some way, some metric also, but this is I think a pretty good one because it's telling me, wow, look at this, 25 times normal in terms of option activity. Yeah, it's just another way to trade or to zero in on those stocks that are having an abnormal activity. It's all I'm about. Abnormal activity should be my middle name. Abnormal, or two names. Abnormal activity. That's all I'm looking for every single day. Why not trade options? I just there's just more to trading options, and I just don't want to learn about trading options, Trader Joe. Okay, there's it can be tricky, and I'm just more comfortable trading stocks. By the way, you asked about a routine, and I know you asked Andy, and I'm sure he went over his. I didn't know you wanted like what my routine was. Yes, I have a very fixed routine every single day. But again, if you're more of a swing trader, it won't matter to you. 'Cause I am not a swing trader. Okay, well, I'll just show you what I do. Okay, in the pre-market, I have some. Let me just bring it up. Are you a Trader D subscriber, Trader Joe? Because you can have any one of these scans that I'm showing. I'm sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. These are the gapping stocks. Okay, now it's still running now, but at 9:30 I just shut this down. So this is my routine. I mean, so the obvious thing to do is to sort on the change from the close. That's the gap. Remember, change from the close, when you see it in the pre-market, that is the gap. So whatever closed at the day before, that in the pre-market, when you see a percent, that is what it's above the close of yesterday. Okay, number one. So that's the obvious thing to do. And then I do it on the way down also, the change from the close. I want to see the ones that are down the most. So I take a look at these. I'll click on the alert. Of course, see what I see on the different charts and timeframes. And I'll also check to see if there's any sort of news. Okay, any sort of news. And that's easy enough for me to do. Again, I typically will look at, I have my IB headline news. I can use this. Typically in the pre-market, this isn't bad to look at our news, but once the market opens, this is certainly better for me. This is IB headline news. So you can take your pick, because typically, if a stock is moving in the pre-market, usually there's some news associated with it. So then I try to make up my mind. Okay, is this news? Do I think this news is big news, bad news? No consequence news once the market opens. Especially when you see some of these little bios, and they pump out some phase one data. You see the market go crazy in the pre-market. 9 times out of 10, they'll just fade once the market opens. Okay. So, but I'm not saying that's scientific, but that's what I do. So I'll look at everything, and then, and of course I'm fixated on the ones that are up the most, usually 10%. That's why I have in green, this light green will be anything over 10%. Okay. And anything in this orange here is going to be down at least 10%. So that's what happens. I'll start to amass some stocks that I think I might want to look at. That's where we find it didn't work, but I mean, that's where we found the AEHR this morning as a potential short. I'll definitely see, once we get into earnings season, I will be paying way more attention to stocks that are releasing earnings. Okay. And we're not in earnings season yet. Next week, it starts. Not in a big way, but I mean, some of the banks will be releasing earnings, but you will see that this column, this earnings day column, if you can remember, okay, see that 0.25? 0.25 means this company right there, CHSN, didn't see it in the pre-market. It's only traded 10,000 shares, so it's not really that big a deal. But you will see that this column right there, the earnings day column, will be full. And also on the way down, this is where I saw the AEHR. Minus 0.25 means they release earnings the day before, like after hours. So for me, those are the earnings plays. Any stock that release earnings after hours, day before, and pre-market. So when we look at AEHR, I'll back this out just a little bit. This mauve area here on my 15-minute chart, you can see the earnings reaction. And this is the pre-market. It looked like, to me, this could have been an all-day short. It had a lot of room underneath. I don't know if the market actually helped it. I mean, it's possible the market helped it, but anyway, it didn't turn out to be an all-day short. So just because I see something in the pre-market, I think, I think this is, this, because I was 100% focused on this. Took 2 shorts on it, lost 1, gained 1, basically got flat. But the next thing I do is I will also look at, I'll look at the float. Not so much when we're in earnings season, I probably won't be looking at some of these crazy low floaters, just because there'll be enough earnings plays that'll keep me busy and interested. And again, when I talk about earnings, I'm not talking about Microsoft and Amazon and Meta and all the big guys. In about 3 weeks from now, we'll start to see some what I call first or some second, third tier companies releasing earnings. Companies that you may have heard about, but you don't hear about that often. But when they have earnings, on the day they have earnings, a lot of times they'll kind of be sleepy for 3 months, and then the day they have earnings, they'll either explode to the upside or the downside. Depending on what reaction the earnings have. So that's when I get really interested in earnings plays. It's not the big guys. I don't care about them. Then I'll also check on the volume today percent column. Okay. Again, this doesn't make a lot of sense right now, but remember, in the pre-market, the volume today percent. How long I've been following this routine? Years. Years. I'll answer your question in a minute, Tony. Years. The same thing. Same thing every single day. I wake up, look at the gappers up, look at the gappers down. But then I'll sort on this is the beauty of our top list is that now I can also sort on different column headers. Okay. So for instance, this volume today percent column can be really interesting if you sort on it in the pre-market. Because for instance, if I saw again these percentages now, remember it's still working now. I mean, we're at 112 Eastern time, but remember, I don't look at this past 9:30. So in the pre-market, if I saw something that was say 25%, 30% in the volume today percent column, that would be pretty significant because what that is telling me is that in the pre-market, let's just say it was 50%. In the pre-market, that stock has already traded 50% of what it normally would do on average over the last 10 days when the market opens. So it has already done, in the pre-market, 50% of what it normally does in an entire day. That can be pretty significant. Okay. So there's also, so you can sort on different columns to get kind of different looks. But the main one really is the change from the close. I mean, that is what's really telling me what's moving in the pre-market and what is moving down in the pre-market. Okay. A moment. Here we go. And then once the market opens, now I shut this down. But once the market opens, I don't even look at this. Once the market opens, then I've got these are my three big scans that I look at. You can see now this is actually a lot. We usually don't get as many in this don't repeat daily reversal, but because of the day we're having, we're getting a lot of what I call daily reversals. In other words, stocks that were down the day before and up today. But you can see how, there's really not that many different symbols. In the daily breakout, there are 3, in the daily breakdown, 4. I could, count them up. So not that many different symbols. So I could concentrate on this all day long. And that's it. And these are scans that this is the stuff that I like to see. Doesn't have to be anything that you want to see, of course, but I'm a momentum trader, so I like to see stocks near the high of the day or the low of the day. Yeah, don't know them at all, Trader Joe. Don't know them at all. I mean, I listen. I'm obviously biased. I've been a Trade Ideas subscriber since 2010, and then hired by Trade Ideas in about 2000 and I want to say 13. And then I've been doing this room like this format since 2015, sharing my screen and live on the mic. But I was a subscriber like anybody else in 2010. And I think we're really, really good at real-time alerting. I can't comment on other companies because I don't know those two. I will say this. I think now again, because I don't know those other companies, I think we try to support the product in a huge way just by my doing what I do, 9 to 3 every day. The other guys coming in between 12 and 1 into the YouTube room Monday to Friday. And plus, we're very willing to answer questions. I mean, I can answer questions all day long. The other guys will answer, we're all lined up. We get questions all day long from customers. And so I think that we're very good. And now some customers may not like the answer we give them. Like, do you have this? No, we don't. Well, can't help you. You know what I mean? But in terms of being responsive, I think that we're really, really good. And I'm not sure there's another company out there that does exactly what we do in terms of support. That is free. Remember, this is a free room. Okay, I will give it to you, Steve. Let me just bring this up. I hope there are no custom formulas in there. I don't think there are. Okay, so that is a dock to pre-market scan layout. Now, there are some sound alerts on there, okay? Because there are a couple of alert windows, so there are some sound alerts, okay? So so Steve just above is where I put the link for it, okay? But there are some sound alerts. Well, yes, Tony, that's exactly what it is. I mean, I'm looking for volatile stocks, just using option data as a confirmation, shall we say? Okay, you know, using because my option activity, this option activity, abnormal option activity scan also has a relative volume filter, a minimum of 3. So coupled with abnormal option trading and the relative volume filter, you know, this is really, you know, helping me anyway find stocks that are trading abnormally. I mean, look there. This is it, though. This is the only ones that have come through. This is the don't repeat version of this. This is the repeating version. So let's see what Coke did. Raya, I will. Yeah, I'll look at the top at the wick. I will. You know, you always when I look left, I'm looking at the wick for sure, or the well, I call them the topping tails and bottoming tails. Yes, I do. Well, I mean, it's a good idea for me, Tony. Right? It's a good idea for me. You know, but you have to be a momentum. You have to want to see stocks always near the highs or lows of the day. Some people don't like that, and that's fine. Now, you can also use this. You know, you might look. Let's just say, for argument's sake, you get this alert at. We had this alert for Coca-Cola right there at 11:39 Eastern time was 52.72. Okay, so well, actually, this is a good example. You may have said, "Well, I don't want to chase it right now, but if it pulls back, maybe maybe the VWAP's in play, 52.21. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, look at that. You could have said, you know what? No, if it pulls back close to the VWAP, 52.21, which is right down here in this area, right here, you would have said, well, I want to wait to see if it pulls back at all before I take the trade. You know, so but I guarantee you, what you're finding in any one of these, even if it's not necessarily the pattern you want to trade, are stocks that are trading having abnormal activity. So how you then end up trading them, of course, will be up to you. A lot of people, you know, hate the idea of taking a stock. Now they think I'm chasing. Well, I said they, but it's in my opinion, I'm not chasing anything. I'm not going to take. What's a good example? Like I'm not okay. Let's just say I got alerted right there for CVNA. I'm not going to chase it. Okay, this is not as great an example as I could find, but something that has already moved up a lot, and then I get the alert. I won't chase it. Okay. What I will do though is just. I mean, this one would have been maybe ideal. Wait to see if it bases it all. Okay, bases it all, and then if it pops up to make a new high of the day, I'll take it. But I don't feel I'm chasing it. I'm not trying to take something that's already up 5 or 6 15-minute candles in a row just because I get an alert on it. And that's why, I'm this is talking to everybody. You have to find a trading strategy that works for you. And a lot of it is just a matter of fitting your personality. To be honest, I'm not even sure what that line is. Yeah, I should get rid of these. I don't usually have anything on my weekly chart. This must have been something that yeah, I'm going to get rid of them all. So the answer is no. The only 200-day moving average that I use is on the daily chart. Okay. I must have, what happened is I think I did a copy of a 15-minute chart or something, and it put these indicators in. I don't want them. All I'm going to do is I'm going to remove them all. Not a big, not a big indicator guy. So the volume, of course, I want, but I don't care about the SMA 10. I don't care about the VWAP on the. So let's see what happens when I do that. So I think one VWAP remained. I'm gonna make sure I don't remove my volume. Okay, that should do it. There we go. Now I'll have to save my work. Mr. Spy is just not stopping. We had that little, the weest of pullbacks. Then we consolidated a bit. And so, you know what, guys? I am going to do a video now, something, and I'm going to literally just talk about the Spy a little bit in my video. So, what time is it right now? 1:25. So, I'll be back at about, no, should not be any later than 1:36, probably earlier. Hey, guys, so I'm putting myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys. Well, broken record today, but a nice broken record. I mean, this SPY is just unstoppable right now. So who knows? Maybe October will be that decent month after the mess in September. Yeah, I'm sure there were a lot of stocks that look just like the SPY. Remember, I mean, the stocks drive the SPY. Of course, a few stocks drive the SPY, and then you're going to find a lot that are, people are just piling in, and it's going to look a lot like the SPY. Okay, so support, Saka, support at great-ideas.com. I'm just typing this in right now. That is the general support line. And everybody reads that. What is a suggestion? Let me, why don't you give me the suggestion and I'll tell you the likelihood of it happening? Okay. Speaking of let's take a look at the market scope right now. DTCK change in the last, so what you're seeing here, this is really geared for traders who are, they don't want to learn anything about trade ideas in terms of how to build their own scans. They don't even want to take my scans or the scans from our toolbar. So we created this web-based version. And again, if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, you have access to this. When you load it, it'll probably say something like 15-minute delayed data. Click here for live data. Okay, something like that. The problem right now, though, is that when you do that, if you have another, we'll call it version of Trade Ideas up and running, in other words, if you're running the downloadable application or the web-based version, you'll be booted out of that. So just know you can only have the sort of the one version up and running at a time. I have two because I've got a couple accounts, but so that is what you see now. If you're not a subscriber, it'll say something like 15-minute delayed data. Click here for a subscription. Okay, something like that. So this is at a glance. This is the change in the last 30 minutes. We can go the change from the open. It'll look different, of course. You can also, we have these different areas in which you can take a look at. I'd like to take a look at the alert section. These are real-time alerts. Again, now if you're saying, well, why shouldn't I just use this and nothing else? I mean, you could, but just remember, you have no control over anything. In other words, you can't control the price range, the volume, anything. This is just going to be fed to you. Now I can put the ones on the way down also. So this is sort of a little multi-strategy window, new daily highs, new daily lows, and you click on it, click on the symbol, the chart will show up, of course. You can change your time frame. This is a little chart in here. You can change the time frame from a daily, weekly, or monthly. So at a glance, you can see, what is it doing on the daily. So, but at this point, I mean, you still have to have some trading experience because, okay, you get this alert. Now, what are you going to do with it, right? So, but if you do have some trading experience, but you just don't have the time or the inclination to set up scans for yourself, hey, this is a great, great, I think, website to take a look at. Gonna go to the top list, change from the close, the change from the post market, the gap, change from the open, top lists, biggest gainers. This will look a lot like, of course, the market scope. The market scope is just geared for the ones that have moved up. And I don't think there's anything on the way down here. I don't think so anyway. So if you want to see stocks that have moved up, this would be an interesting list to look at today, wouldn't it? So these are all these little headers up here. You can just drag. So that's you just have to look what it's doing. This is the biggest losers. You just sort of hover over it, and it'll tell you what this is doing. So if I drag this in here, so I mean on a day where the market is just doing some severe rippage, these are the ones that are not. Okay, so you can click on the alert. So I mean these are definitely counter trades. Counter to the market. So anyway, this is what you can look at, and I'll give you the link, the actual link to get right to, you'll get right to the market scope. This is what it looks like. This is what our new website looks like. You can search stocks, and then you just click on market scope. And eventually they are going to somehow incorporate it so that you can have this open and whatever version of TradeEd is you are using, either the downloadable application or the web-based version. Well, I mean, again, the test drive is in about a month. Okay, so that'll be the first big promotion. The next big one, obviously, I mean, you have to wait though, will be American Thanksgiving. So that's at the end. But I mean, we will have while we're running the test drive, we always run a promotion towards the end of it, and then that'll run almost right into Thanksgiving. So next month, definitely. So I don't know this month. There's certainly no market holidays. Yeah, so sometimes, Saka, I mean, I don't know if there's something they can do about that. I know what you're saying. I mean, if it's a word, the lady, because it's a female voice, if it's a word, she may say the word, like if it's a true word. But I think most of the time, doesn't she get it right? I have no idea what they can do about that. Tell it not to read it. For instance, run. I mean, if run, I'm pretty sure she says run, right? She won't say RUN because run is a word. So what is the really WMT? Okay, let me just for fun, because I'm in one trade, guys, but it's not doing anything yet. Um, okay, just for fun, just for you, Saka. Just a minute. Add the alert. Okay, now I'm going to actions, text to speech. So just for fun, let's see what she says. Of course, watch WMT not do anything for a while. Okay, you know what I better do? How about a new put a bunch of them in here. Okay, I'll just wait. I've got to wait, obviously, for either a new 5 minute high, a new high of the day. What else? What other one could I use that's going to probably instantly trigger it as an alert? And I'll not even. I don't think but it's not running up though, so I'll add them. Just trying to get an alert. You would pick one that doesn't move. The heart though will trigger every 5 minutes. The VWAP cross. Are you kidding? The VWAP's at 153.62. It's at 154.79. So that you're just kidding, right? I'll put that. Well, maybe the heartbeat will trigger immediately. Maybe. Not even sure where the heart is. Why did you have to pick one that doesn't move? Seriously. I'm kidding you. Okay, I'm just kidding you. I mean, you would think Walmart might have a little bit of a move, but it's just doing nothing right now, following the market, of course. I'll tell you what. I'll keep it. I'll keep it up and running. No, cannot. 5 minutes is the lowest. Actually, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm pretty sure 5 minutes is the lowest, but I'm yeah. In terms of yeah, a 2 minute high. Yeah, we don't have 2 minute. Not as an alert. I'll put this one a 2 minute. I'm sure it's not going to work. It's not going to do anything, but Well, I'll tuck this aside, okay, and see if we finally get an alert. Oh, I see. No, you cannot, even though there's a field for it, you cannot edit it lower than 5 minutes. The heartbeat is not used at all anymore. I mean, before we had top lists, I guess it might have been, but I have the heartbeat is really not used at all. I don't even know why they have it. But no, you can't. I know it says you can edit it down to like a minute or something like that, but you can't. Okay, well, I'll keep it. I'll keep it here, Saka. I'm intrigued. I just want to hear what she says for WMT. How can I get the 200-day moving average on a chart? Okay, so if you let's go to a chart window. I'll get to the daily chart. Now, it doesn't matter what time frame, but I'll put it on this. So all you do is this: you right click, indicator. And I better make sure that that's correct because I'm always on a development version. It should be. Yeah, it is. Okay. So right click and indicators. These are all the indicators that we have. Okay. So if you scroll down, you get volume. I'm sorry, volume, 200-day, sorry, moving average, sorry, SMA. So click on SMA. And then you pick the period you want. You want the 200. Okay. And you can pick the color you want. I'll just leave it as blue. Okay. And then I'll just add it. So first of all, Rajesh, sorry, are you following all this? I'll just keep this up. Okay. And then add it. Now, a little trick, if you want to call it a trick, if you add it a few times, you can get it a little thicker. You see how now it's on there? There's the 200-day moving average for NVST on the daily chart. So sometimes if you keep adding it, you can get the line a little thicker if you want. Okay. And then if you ever wanted to modify it for some reason, change the color, you just modify the indicator parameters. And well, and the other thing is, yeah, I should have said this. You generally speaking, of course, you always want it in the chart area, the same chart area. You don't want to put it on its own like the volume is down here. So notice I added it twice. That's why it's showing up twice. Just to thicken up the line. Okay, so that's yeah. And don't forget to save your work. Another thing you can do is if you have an indicator, like, well, the volume. I mean, probably most of you want to have volume on every chart. Doesn't matter what time frame. If you have an indicator, maybe an SMA or an EMA that you want to see on every chart, then all you have to do is once you create that chart, you do one of two things. You can save it as your default chart. So every time you load like a new chart, you'll see all the indicators that you typically want in every single chart, or you just keep duplicating the window. Okay. I find that's probably easier, but probably not the worst thing though, to at least save it as a default. Okay. Save as default. So if you do go and open new chart, then all the indicators that you do want on every chart will be there. This is hilarious, guys. I mean, Walmart hasn't moved, not even budged. Okay, so with the volume, let me do it again. Well, I'll just show you here. Okay, so if I right click Again, doesn't matter the chart you pick. And again, now go to indicators. So when you started the volume, again, now this is where you want it typically in a new chart area, right? You don't want it in here because you don't want it all jumbled up. Okay. Now, when you click on modify colors, up colors, okay, use one color or use up and down colors. Okay, so you can set the up color. So you click, sorry, you would click this. You probably could modify it, what you've got now. I'll check, but this is what you would do. Set the up color, pick a color, and then set the down color, pick a color. So that's why I've got, I just like to see the down in orange and the up in blue. So let's just see though, can you modify it, what you've got? Modify indicator parameters. Let's see if you can do that. So let's say the volume, modify colors. This is what you'll see. Yep, you can do that. So you can go to the modify, and then instead of use one color, just check this, and then you can set up your two colors up and down. Well, okay, the question in our YouTube room, are there any essential features you feel users are underutilizing or anything released in one of the updates that people may be overlooking or undervaluing? Believe it or not, I think price alerts. I mean, price alerts for me are so I don't think I could really trade. I mean, could I? Yes, but I would not want to trade without using our price alerts. And I think it's underutilized. You know, I'm not even sure. I mean, I think people may know that you can create a price alert on the chart, but maybe, so for instance, if I want to create a price alert for Walmart right here, maybe take out the high right there. I just eyeball it and right click, create the price alert. If that's exactly the price I want, the 155.18, I can just say save. If I want to modify it a bit, I can of course type in another number. I can put a note in here. Typically, I don't put notes in unless it's an IPO that I've prepared for before the IPO is coming up. And then I just save it. And then, there it is on the chart. Now I don't have to stare at Walmart. Okay. I can just wait to see if the price alert hits, and it'll be here. Oops. So here's my price alerts window. And if I scroll to the bottom of it, I've got too many. Over the weekend, I'm going to get rid of a lot of them. There it is. There's Walmart right down there. Okay. That's the last one I did. And then I just sort on the trigger time column. If you don't have that, I mean, there are a lot of columns, of course, here you can add, but the trigger time column, I sort on this column so that the last one will appear right at the top. I can also put a sound alert in this window, so I will not miss it. I minimize the window also so that when I get a price alert, it pops up on my screen. But so I have a feeling that a lot of people don't use price alerts, and I use them all the time. I think the other thing that a lot of people may not do is, I know I should be demonstrating a lot more, is our simulator. If you're new to trading, use our simulator, practice trading using our simulator. So if I want to take AES right here, okay, the symbol changes into the box here. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I'll just do it, just show you how easy it is. So I'll pick 400 shares. Of course, you could type in the exact number you want. The bid ask, it's a penny difference, so I can click on buy and send. So now I'm in AES 400 shares. And this is how you can practice trading. You can practice putting, determining where you think a good stop would be, so that if a trade doesn't work for you, where you're going to get out. If you want to practice swing trading, if I don't exit this trade at the end of the day, then it becomes as long a swing trade as I want. It'll carry. So this one, if I don't exit this at the end of the day, it'll carry over to Monday. So you can practice swing trading. I think it probably people don't use this enough. And you know what? It's not just for new people. You can say you had a strategy that you'd like to test. You can test it right here. See what would have happened if you took the trades. So are you talking about Samir? Are you talking about this daily reversal scan that I've got? This may not be exactly what you're looking for because for this to trigger, for instance, it has to take out the high of the previous day. So I don't think that's what you're looking for. I mean, I love this, but that is a reversal, but it's basically having to take out the. If I look at ASAN, okay, so you can see what happened with ASAN. Yeah, we had an alert here because it took out the high of yesterday. And then, this could keep going, but I think you're looking more for an intraday, something that moves. So I do have a couple. Well, I can give every one of them to you. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room, Samir. All the scans that I show, the ones that you can see, and then the ones that I have on my other monitor, I'm sharing every one of them. Okay, so you can have that one. You just go to my home page. I put the link in, you go to my home page and click on it, and then here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Click here, and then that is called the daily reversals, okay? But if you're looking for something that is a little more intraday, I can give you something. I don't use it really that much anymore, but I can certainly give it to you. Just give me a moment. I just have to find it. It's just not on my homepage anymore. So I'm going to load it. If I'll load from cloud or I'll find it. So it's bouncers toppers. Okay. It's a multi-strategy window. I'll show you what it looks like. So I'm going to share it with you. Now, like anything else, it doesn't mean just because it's starting to reverse that it's going to continue. Just like anything else, right? So if I load this, two scans in here. One's for bounces, so stocks that have moved down and bouncing, and one is for tops, stocks that have moved up and now coming down. So if it's in blue, that means this is a. So if I look at I'll look at LW just to see what it looks like. So you can see what happened here. There's a bunch of 15-minute candles down. You got an alert right there that maybe a bounce was taking place. Did it bounce a lot? No. Okay. But this is just to give you an idea about what it actually is looking for. Are you looking for bouncers? I'll open the individual alert window. So this is for me, okay? When I was using this a little bit more. So the price is between $1 and $100, 500,000 shares minimum. The stock was at least 5 candles down. Okay, 5-minute candles down, at least below the VWAP, just at least below the RSI, a very low RSI. Okay, so if that happened and a stock made a new low or a new 5-minute high, I remember I've got this 2-minute hammer. I don't think I've ever used it before. I created this so long ago, but you'll get an alert. I guess that was the 2-minute hammer, really. So you'll get an alert, and then it's up to you. Are you going to take the trade or not? But that's the sort of alert you'll get. And then the flip is the topper. So it'll have to be a bunch of 5-minute candles in a row up. Just basically the flip of all this. The stock has to be at least above the VWAP. The RSI has to be at least 78. Okay. So you can take a look at that, and if you like it, then you can modify it. Of course, you want to put a different price range in if you want to have them individually. Now, if you only want to find bouncers, you don't care about toppers. What you can do, this is again all a multi-strategy window is. It's just taking individual alert strategies and putting them into one window. So what I do sometimes when I will group stocks or similar, maybe counter, like one moving up, one moving down. I see Walmart triggered, but I did not get a sound alert yet. Unbelievable. So sometimes what I'll do, typically a multi-strategy window is used because you have screen space is a premium. Maybe you only got one monitor, and so you don't want to have the different alert windows taking up space. So you can put it, well, literally as many alert windows as you want into a multi-strategy window. You see right here, I've got two. These are just individual alert windows. I put two of them in here. But sometimes I will group something that is similar. Now, potential toppers, potential bouncers. I call that similar. Sometimes I'll put that into a multi-strategy window. Up to you. But if you only want the bouncers, you can just uncheck the toppers. Okay. If I uncheck the toppers, then you're only going to see the bouncers. Okay. And again, to find the strategies, you'll right click, hover over strategies right at the top here, and then they'll pop up. And if you want to see what the individual strategy is all about, you hover over that box and then this box pops up, and then you can click on open alert window. And the colors, that's just my way. I know for me, colors like red, orange, yellow for me is down, blue, green, light blue, up. That's just the way I've color coded things. So I don't have to put the strategy here. I don't have to know that this was a potential bounce because I know it's green and it's the suggestion will be to maybe take a long. Whereas the suggestion here, so I don't it just saves some space. So in other words, I don't have to put the actual strategy name here, if that makes sense. And then of course, Samir, you can adjust it. If you don't want to see 5 minute candles down, if you want to see 4, you want to increase it. Obviously, increasing it, you'll get fewer alerts. Decreasing it, you'll get more alerts. Yeah. So Shady, what he's saying is that didn't sound like WMT. Okay. He's saying that he or she saying that Elan sounded like ELA as opposed to ELAN. I just can't believe I'm not getting nothing is triggered. Nothing is triggered since I put WMT and the price alert triggered, but I guess it didn't move enough in 5 minutes. Anyway, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. There's no I have never really seen that. I don't have too many that are text to speech, but I really haven't seen that. But there's not. I don't think there's anything you can do about it. Remember, remember, the whole idea of the sound alerts, okay, is that you do put a sound alert. First of all, you should only have one window that is text to speech. And the reason being is that the whole idea of putting sound alerts is that you put a different sound alert on your different windows. You can put a sound alert in a multi-strategy window, in an alert window, if you have the AI, in our AI, and in the price alerts. Okay. So you put a unique sound. There's no point in putting text to speech as an example in every window because then you'd never know which window to look at. So for me, even if I have one of my windows that is text to speech and I hear her reading something, even if it's not, maybe it's garbled a little bit, I know what window to look at. So for instance, if Elan had been here in the Momo and I had text to speech and you heard ELA, it shouldn't matter that much because you should know which window to look at. Make sense? Yeah, that's what I said. That's why I was using run, wherever run is, run as an example. If it's a real word, here we are. So if I had text to speech on this and run actually triggered, she would say run. If it's a word that is recognizable, she will say run. Meanwhile, look at this spy lift. Awesome day, guys. Awesome day. Favorite day bar none. Big gap down. This is not what I call a gentle recovery. This is a huge recovery all day. Uh, well, personally, Marty, no, I do not know anyone, but maybe somebody in the room does. Do I know anyone that takes a trade on the low time frame and trails a higher time frame when the stock moves? Yeah, I can't personally answer that question because I don't know anybody. I don't do that, so I don't know anybody. We've got lots of different traders. If I weren't doing this, I could easily get away with two monitors. The only reason I have three is because I've got to have a couple of the trading rooms up and running. But I could easily get away with just two monitors. I would get rid of a lot of stuff, and I would just have these. This is all I'd have. These are the only scans I would look at all day. That's it. I'd have the same charts, and that's it. I don't know. I don't recommend anything, Marty. I mean, the question is, do I only have one monitor? Do I recommend getting another? Hey, listen, Michael Noss, the trader it is, he works off a laptop. It all depends on how much stuff you're looking at. Okay. And I think another problem with people is that especially, well, even older users, you're trying to do too much. too many scans. You're jumping around from one thing to another. I mean, I could probably get by even on a like a 17-inch laptop with my brokerage, as long as I could find a way to tuck my brokerage platform aside, because I really just care about these scans, and that's it. And that's exactly it, Leanne. The problem is, where am I going to put my brokerage platform? So that's why I would have to have at this point two monitors. But I mean, these are 32-inch 4K monitors. All right, guys, 2:14. So another 45 minutes for me. William, did you say you would keep you don't have to, of course, but did you say you were going to keep the room open till 4 today? I can't remember. Don't think I asked the question. 3:30. Okay, so William will keep the room open till 3:30. Okay. I'll probably take off at 3 unless I have some questions. I'll always stay around hang around if there's some questions, but otherwise I'll probably take off at around 3. And William will keep the main room open till 3:30. And for the YouTubers, I will put the trading room, the main room, trading room link in there in case you do want to hang around for another half hour and talk trading. My guess is that a lot of people might have thought that 12 o'clock candle, the noon candle, and then the follow-up one, and maybe even that one, that might have been it. Okay, now we're going to start giving it up, but not even close. Dude, no kidding. Now, are you playing a bounce too? I mean, up, down for GM on that news. Sure, Marty, why not? The interesting thing about any strike, and I don't know the writer strike. I don't know how far apart they were at the beginning. I mean, I don't have no idea, but where they finally came to a conclusion that, okay, let's end the strike. How far apart were they from the original? Because 5 months later, you always wonder, if you lock yourselves. And so with GM, I mean, we know the strike is going to get settled at some point. In other words, how much grief is caused by these strikes when and when they're finally settled, how far apart were they? And could they not have settled it a lot earlier? All right, guys. Well, I'm in one trade. It's not doing a thing. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. So, William, I think I feel your pain. I think I read something, I think when I was on my break, that you were sick to your stomach regarding NEP. Because I know you had this, oh my goodness. So I know you had this as a bounce or in your, do you still have some though? Well, how many UAW members were short GM? Okay. Took advantage, shorted GM. And then they said, no, you know what? Maybe we won't. And then went long. Mm. Well, you had to stick to your plan and your stop and all that. And that's, I know it must be hard to look at this, but yeah, this is a daily reversal. Well, I guess on a day like today, when the market acting the way it is, look at this poor lone little guy right here, SNDX. This was a suggestion to short 10:32 Eastern Time, 12:13, and but look what happened. I mean, now it is dropping, but basically, when the market started to lift, so did it. What do you're looking at a sub $1 stock, right? With the AUVI that's on this morning. So why would you think there'd be a leg up here? Am I 223? Yeah. So why would you think a leg up? I mean, maybe finding a bottom, maybe, I suppose, but this is, I mean, just is that what you mean? It is at the low of the day, but how many shares do you have to take, to make some money on this? Like, because where's it going to go? Weren't these the guys saying use UV to combat the virus years ago? All right, guys, one last look at my homepage this week. All right, so if you do click on the link, this is the promo code you can use. This will get you the 15% off the first month only. But if you do want to take an annual, I can give you a better 25% promo. Getting started, you must do it. 10 videos, short videos, take you about 30 minutes to go through them. Trading 101, a series of videos. I think they're really good if you're brand new to trading or even looking for a refresher. Daily stock of the day video that I do. Trade of the week sent to you before the market open. How is it actually doing? I think it did it get officially stopped out? Sure, probably had a nice run today, but it was MBLY. No, what was the trigger? I guess it would not. No, I think I must have got stopped out. I think the trigger was 42, right? Anyway, free service. You can take a look at it. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And again, my scans. You can take a look at all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay. And if you do decide to take out a subscription in the future, please use my promo code. Helps the room immensely. Keeps this room free. Okay. Oh, try a short. You're not interrupting me. Okay. You want to try your well? You mean a short that's going to work, or just to the mechanics of it? So why don't you just do the mechanics of it? Okay, never mind whether it works or not. Okay, okay. So click on any alert. Let's take a look at HASI. HASI. Okay. So I mean, you don't have to use HASI, but you know it is here. So just the mechanics. Okay. So there, the symbol will show up in the box. You pick how many shares you want to short. You can either pick from the list here, or you know, put your own number in. I'll pick 300. So here's the deal: to short it, you click the sell button instead of the buy button. Click the sell button and then send it. Okay. Here we are. We're in a 300 shares short of HASI. And again, you want to put a stop in. Remember, the stop will be above the current price. I'll put it at 1450. I mean, I'm not looking at market money management right now. I'm just, you know, mechanics of it. And you see there's a line on the chart right there above the current price, so that if it went up there, it'll take you up and you'll lose. That's all it is. But remember, shorting, going long, buying a stock, you hope it goes up. Shorting a stock, you hope it goes down. I mean, there's really not that much more to it. The only, again, I call them the nuances. You know, your broker may not have shorts available for you. And that, you know, I cannot speak for any broker other than Interactive Brokers, but Interactive Brokers tells you immediately whether there's shorts available. And if I want to get out of the position, so I'm in two positions right here, right? So let's say I wanted to get out of the AES. I just highlight it. I just highlight it. Oh yeah, I sort of remember this. Sort of jumps around. Anyway, I've highlighted AES, and then I just flatten it. Okay. So flatten gets you out of a trade. Half gets you out of half your position, or you could double your position. And this is telling me what I made on the trade, big $4.28. Could have made 20 if I got out right at the high. I wasn't sure about his phrasing, Shady. A leg up when it's moving down. Now, maybe he was on a very small, much smaller time frame. I'm of course only looking at a 15-minute chart. But let's see if there were any little bottoming tails there. Yeah, so maybe this was it. Well, you're a thorn in my side. You're certainly not a horn in my side. I'm just kidding, of course. Not at all. Not at all. Because, you're asking these questions and there could be, 10 other people sitting there, not for whatever reason, not wanting to ask the question. So I have no problem answering questions because I think there could be other people that want the same sort of answer. Market, market, market. Push, push, push. Place. So this is the reversal, guys. Place 1229, 2345. It's not a rocket ship, but a 55-cent move so far. Why would you take it? Well, look left. $25. So when you get an alert at 2345, you can look left and say, well, where could it go before it hits any sort of resistance? I mean, there could be other areas, but in terms of chart resistance, 25. So, you're talking $1.50 away. That's great. Nobody's saying it's going to get there, but remember, when you take a trade, you have to have a reasonable expectation of a 1 for 2, in my opinion, anyway. Well, I could pick any stock, guys, really, but even I mentioned Coke earlier, KO, another one. It's not a daily reversal, but it's a reversal. It just doesn't meet the filter requirements to happen in my daily reversal, but certainly a reversal. But you could look at just about any stock almost, and it's going to look like this. Well, look at the room. This one has Hippo, HIPO. I think the next high. I'm not going to do anything now. It's too late for me. But look how much room this has got. 866 from 8. That's a nice. If it got anywhere close, that'd be a nice percentage move. So right now the has is short. I'll leave it in. Just want to show you the mechanics of how if you put in an auto stop in anything, how it'll take you out of the trade. But would I normally Well, maybe. I mean, it's still it's one of the few stocks probably that down for the day, but recovering. But no, I would not have shorted any stock, not in a market like this. SMR, I know you were talking about SMR before, so this is just now showing up on the option scanner. Must have been something prevent. You know what happened? They tell you exactly what happened, why it's only showing up now. Because unfortunately, back in back in 945, it had a spike high up here. So for it to show up, and when it did that, the filter values weren't met. I don't know. Maybe the option volume wasn't enough. Maybe the option volume today percent wasn't enough. Bottom line is, it's certainly enough now, but to get a trigger, it had to take out the high there. So I mean, look, you could take my option. You'll get more alerts. You could take this and send it, and then instead of a new high for the day, you could put a new 5-minute high if you want. That would every now and then, though, you're going to get something that has a big topping tail in the first 15 minutes, or even 45 minutes, 30 minutes. And for a lot of my scans, it has to take that out before you'll see it. Meanwhile, it's already had the nice run. But does it bother me? Not really. All right, I'll let the cat out of the bag. This is the one I'm in. It's done really nothing. It's ESI. I can't even remember where I saw it, guys, because I don't think it's not a daily well, maybe it is a daily reversal. Looks like it could have been because once it took out that 928, it was above the high of yesterday. Just not seeing it unless I just can't see it. Saw it somewhere. I know I mentioned AES earlier. You know what? Yeah, it hasn't moved that much though. 1234 was the alert in the scanner. I remember now. This was a potential short down here, and it of course reversed with the market. Completely reversed with the market. As I say, this is a day in which shorting would not be a good idea. So again, yeah. So this is So this is sort of not the trifecta, but the bifecta. Okay, SMR. A little bit late though here again because of that topping tail. But we had it here 541 on the breakout at 946. So What I'm saying is that if you see the same stock in both of these scans, really pay attention to it. That's why, Levi at the beginning of the day looked like it could have been an awesome short, but the market had other ideas. So of course, I'll exit that trade. Okay, the Hazy short would never be holding it now. I could wait for it to get stopped out, but the way I trade is, remember, my stop is the absolute worst I want to do in the trade. But if I see, I mean, if I had really thought that Hazy was worth a short and it started moving against me like this, I would get out before I actually hit my stop. Well, it's hard to, Tony. There's some people that just short. Some people that just go long. I'm a mix. I have probably shorted more over the last just because of the market over the last 6 months. But before that, I probably went long more. I really don't take any. I don't know if there's any. But again, there are people that will just short, just really concentrate on shorts, and there are people that just concentrate on longs. So I don't know what their percentage would be. I have no idea. I think William shorts way more than he goes long. As an example. Well, you're new, so I mean, but it's nice to have both in the arsenal, really, because depending on market conditions on a day-to-day basis, you just never know. And some days set up way better. Like this is obviously not a day to short, but this is a unique day, guys. I talking with Andy, we can't remember the last time the market did something like this. Massive gap down, and then just like no pullback whatsoever. None, zero. Now Carvana is entering the fray here. CVNA, little break here. Do I short earnings or long earnings? Well, it depends on the direction. I mean, if it's a strong earnings play, I'll go long. If it's a strong earnings play, but on the downside, I'll short. Remember, I'm not a big bounce player. Not because I don't like it. I just don't concentrate enough on it. I shouldn't say enough. I just want to concentrate on the things that I think I do best and don't want to muddle my mind up with different things, and I don't agonize about missing things. So if let's just say it was a great earnings release, but the market's moving down, you know, I may look at that and go, this could be something that I want to fade later on. But if the market is, strong or just neutral and it's a strong earnings release, I'll probably, if depending on the setup, I'll probably go long. And, the reverse, if it's usually the bad news is worse, in my opinion, anyway. It seems to be worse than good news for a stock. Good news takes it so far. Bad news seems to take it further. Okay, if that makes sense. Do I find myself more? No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I'm more in tune with those companies releasing earnings, obviously, because so I probably don't pay as much attention to the crazy low floaters because look, the crazy low floaters, they're wonderful when you get in them on the right side, not so nice on the wrong side, obviously, obvious statement, and they can be very tricky to trade. Whereas earnings, companies that release earnings, typically, for me anyway, there's a little more of a trend, either up or down. Not everyone, of course, but again, I'm not a super active trader. Even I'm just not. 5 trades a day is probably fine for me. Not at the same time. And again, speaking of earnings season, so it does start next week. The big banks, some of the big banks release next week, I think on Friday anyway, October 13th. Yeah, so that's next Friday, the 13th. And Goldman Sachs, pretty sure I saw them. And 17th. So they're the following week. So some of these, so we have Wells Fargo. I think City is on the 13th. Yeah. So we get a lot of the big banks out of the way the first 2 weeks. Well, I have to do that, William, because you might threaten not to keep the room open if I said that Alcoa is the start of earnings season. So to appease you and to help me, I will say banks. But there's Alcoa on the 18th, the following week. Historically, it- traders used to, or the market used to point to Alcoa being the start of earnings season. But then some of these banks decided, you know what? We're going to release a day before that, like the previous week. That is funny, Leanne. Speaking of Alcoa, look at it. Like most stocks today, you're definitely finding stocks counter to this. Well, I mean, I'm not saying there aren't any. Of course, there are. Yeah, I guess Applied Digital. Yeah, it's on the 9th, so that's next week. Not a bank, of course, but APLD is an earnings play next week. Again, remember this, guys. Well, my pre-market scan, on that earnings day column, remember how there was just one lone one, I think, on the upside and one lone one on the downside? When I start sorting on that, you will see there'll be several weeks in which it'll be absolutely full of earnings plays. Okay, guys, I'm getting set to wrap this up another 5 minutes or so. So Any last minute questions? Poe, you may be right. You may be right. The market will flush on Monday, and you may be right. Now, this is a big, 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 big move. After that big 830 down candle, that really, I mean, I can't emphasize enough that SPY, I don't know if it's a miracle, but it held the 200-day moving average. It got within about a dime of it in the pre-market. And then just from there on, I mean, it wasn't quite rosy. I mean, for about an hour, that's a 9:15 candle, and here's the 10:15 candle. So for about an hour, it was indecision. We had some topping tails, we had some bottoming tails, flat, yes, on the bodies of the candle, and then 10:15 came in, and I mean, something just lit an absolute charge to this market. And I want to get out of here before it turns down. I want to remember it like this. And I read the entire user guide word for word. Not today, Marty, not today. So what I'm going to do is I'll put the main trading room link into the YouTube room, so you can head over, and if you want to hang around for another half an hour after I've gone, William will keep the room open till 3:30. So there's a link. Okay, guys, I think I'll wrap this up now. I don't see any other questions. I think I'll just wrap this up now. I know it's 2 minutes early, but so have a great. It's not a long weekend. Have a great weekend, everybody. And again, I'll open the room on Monday, not tomorrow. Open the room Monday. Get on the mic at 9. Be sharing my screen from 9 to 3, and on the mic. So have a great weekend, and we'll see you then. So what I'm going to do now is get rid of my screen sharing. And then muting the main room, and then I'll mute or shut down the YouTube room.